Welcome to the San Francisco War Memorial and Performing Arts Center. Please take a moment to locate the exit nearest you. Exits are clearly marked with green lighted signs. In the unlikely event of an emergency, please proceed to the nearest exit and out of the building. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome. Thank you so much. I'm Sheryl Davis, the director of the San Francisco Human Rights Commission. Extremely grateful for the opportunity to host and participate in these various conversations today, really focused on how do we advance economic inclusion, how do we talk about economic security, what does it look like for us to even talk about economic mobility, the opportunity for folks to advance. And so a lot of great work has been done in community, and we have some amazing leadership within our city government. And as we get ready to begin and kick off, we wanted to provide space for two people who have really been leading the way in innovative thinking and really helping us to think about how we can address some of those. And the first will be Treasurer José Cisneros, will introduce himself and also share a little bit about the many different programs and projects that his office has been leading, and then Supervisor Matt Haney, who was instrumental and really created the Guaranteed Income Task Force for San Francisco to look at the strategies and ways that we can embed that in our city. So thank you again for being with us this morning, and without any further conversation from me, I will yield the floor to Treasurer José Cisneros.
Good morning. Thank you, Sheryl. Good morning, everyone. I'm José Cisneros, San Francisco Treasurer. Well, it has been, to put it extremely lightly, a difficult couple of years. And this time of the pandemic and struggle has been made worse by the fact that while for some it has merely been difficult, for others it has been and continues to be devastating. Generations of discrimination and structural racism have resulted in an ever-widening racial wealth gap. Low-income communities of color in our city and across the country have experienced worse harms from COVID and its resulting economic crisis, as well as the continued trauma of racist violence. Far too many of these same people, our neighbors and fellow citizens, were already teetering on the brink of financial crisis before the pandemic began. But crises are not great equalizers. They lay bare racial inequities and uncover deep structural flaws in social and economic systems. We know this because for more than a decade, our Office of Financial Empowerment and our Financial Justice Project have worked to reduce financial insecurity, worked to give people a chance at economic mobility, and eliminate financial penalties that can trap low-income people in a maze of poverty and punishment. Wherever possible during this crisis, we've worked hard to make sure that relief was provided to those in need. This includes supporting a number of initiatives that provided cash assistance to people during the emergency. We leveraged our banking contracts to get people money quickly using prepaid debit cards and worked with the city attorney to make sure that the funds would not become a taxable event. We're using what we learned to inform and advise local guaranteed income pilots. And we've been staffing the San Francisco Guaranteed Income Group Advisory Group, established, as you just heard, by Supervisor Matt Haney. We also worked closely with the Abundant Birth Project to determine the impact of cash transfers on public benefits and to protect as many of these crucial benefits as possible. In fact, today we're releasing a brief describing what we learned about protecting benefits, which we hope will be a useful resource for guaranteed income pilots and programs. And you can find this brief on our Office of Financial Empowerment website. Our office has been working to combat inequality and poverty for over a decade, helping San Franciscans access safe and affordable banking services and financial coaching, incentivizing all families to save for college, and reforming burdensome fines and fees. College savings accounts, baby bonds, These are strategies that can help families build wealth and reduce the racial wealth gap. And they're crucial, but at the same time insufficient when too many people simply don't have enough money to make ends meet. I'm excited to see San Francisco tackle this radical yet simple solution, giving people money, no strings attached. We've already seen several exciting cash transfer and guaranteed income pilots launched in our city, with more pilots on the way. Our office is able to support effective cash transfer programs by enabling the distribution of city and philanthropic funds. Over the past 18 months, get this, we've dispersed nearly $10 million to 15,000 individuals right here in San Francisco. These initiatives included cash relief for people facing food insecurity, guaranteed income pilots, stipends for BIPOC individuals to learn in-demand trades, and the Right to Recover program, which offers wage replacement for workers who test positive for COVID. Going forward, we will continue to advise other departments as they develop programs, making sure that payments are made in a way that sets people up for success, and working collaboratively with the Human Services Agency and others to make sure that the benefits they need so critically are preserved. Our Office of Financial Empowerment will continue to lead technical assistance to pilots and lead efforts to build a Bay Area community of practice, while also connecting cash transfer recipients with important supportive services like one-on-one financial coaches. We're honored to staff the San Francisco Guaranteed Income Advisory Group, which is developing recommendations to increase the impact of guaranteed income. I urge us all to seize this moment and to demonstrate both local and national leadership, looking beyond pilots and creating transformative change. We will lead in this transformative work by focusing on racial equity and economic justice, by making deeper investments to create assets for children and families, and by ensuring that all of our guaranteed income programs and policies are developed and implemented through authentic and sustained community engagement and planning. We must also confront and reject the ugly and destructive narratives that justify poverty, moving from a false conception of scarcity and deservedness to a shared vision of abundance and dignity for all. Let's envision a future where all who live and work in this great city have the means not only to survive, but to thrive, without unnecessary barriers and without critical judgments. Thank you very much for allowing me to be here and speak to you. I'm excited about the work and the conversations we're having today. And at this time, it's my honor to introduce my good friend, Supervisor Matt Haney.
Thank you, Treasurer Cisneros and Director Davis, and welcome everyone to this powerful summit as we talk about strategies to reduce and hopefully eliminate poverty in our city and beyond. My name is Supervisor Matt Haney. I represent downtown San Francisco, the Tenderloin, south of Market, Mission Bay, and Treasure Island. And I'm here because I am a believer in guaranteed income programs. I represent, unfortunately, an area of our city that includes some of the worst wealth disparities in the world. We have the highest income zip code in San Francisco in my supervisor district and the lowest income zip code. And where I live in the Tenderloin, there are far too many people who are not able to afford basic necessities to survive. They struggle and face concerns about being able to afford food, access to health care, transportation, and a single disruption in their life, whether that's a health emergency, whether that's a family emergency, can put them out onto the street. This is a situation that is untenable, it's unacceptable, and there are solutions. One of those solutions is something that is probably among the most common sense and basic things imaginable, which is that when someone is struggling financially, the best and most direct thing we can do is give them cash with no strings attached. And this is a concept that most of us know at an intuitive level, but the research more and more is demonstrating the power of what this can accomplish for individuals and at scale. We've seen basic income or guaranteed income pilots now all over the state and country. These pilots are working. What they're demonstrating is that when people are given the funds directly with no strings attached, that they use those funds to provide for themselves and their families. This has meant more access to basic goods and necessities like I spoke about, but also allowing people to accelerate with a level of stability that allows them to go to an education program or take a different job or provide opportunities for their kids that wouldn't have otherwise existed. This is something that should be made available to everyone. We have the resources, we know we have the resources as a city and as a society to do this. Through the course of the pandemic, as many San Franciscans struggled to stay afloat, having to close their small businesses or lose their jobs or survive for the first time, in some cases, on government benefits. We saw, on the other hand, billionaires in our country become richer than ever. And there is a fundamental disconnect when our economy is structured in a way that when most people are actually suffering, there's a handful of people who are doing better and better. That is a structure that with guaranteed income done in a smart way, in a strategic way, and at scale, we can help to fundamentally alter the realities that far too many of our residents, including the ones that I represent, are facing. So we created a government, a guaranteed income advisory board here, a task force in the city and county of San Francisco with the leadership of Treasurer Cisneros, with the leadership of Director Davis, and with the leadership of our mayor. And what this task force is going to do is not only plot and plan for the future of guaranteed income and anti-poverty strategies here in San Francisco, but we hope be a part of this larger national, in many ways international movement. We have a number of pilots that you're going to hear about today that are already doing incredible revolutionary work, in my view, including the Abundant Birth Project. But what we want to do is bring this together, systemize it, structuralize it, and expand it. And so I'm excited to hear about what we're doing, what other cities are doing, what folks who maybe are not a part of this movement yet are doing that we can add to and grow on. And I hope that as a result of this, the conditions that I see every day in my district, in the Tenderloin, in the South of Market, where people have been pushed to the margins, and because at no fault of their own, they've been left in a place of anxiety and fear and instability, that when you don't give people a floor, any little nudge or any little push that often comes to any of us can push you out on your own and sometimes out onto the street. So I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank the mayor and all of the speakers, my good friend Mayor Michael Tubbs, who is really a catalyst in this movement, who will be with us here at lunch, our president of the board, Shaman Walton, and all of the leaders, especially our treasurer, who was a great partner in making this happen, and am really grateful for people's interest and your commitment to lead moving forward. Thank you.
So that was amazing to kind of get us jump-started. I feel like today we're going to have so much amazing energy. And I also just realized that, we've got an all-male panel here this morning, so we won't hold that against you all. You're going to bring amazing energy and celebration. And Director Arce is going to help lead this conversation, and Kevin Adler from Miracle Messengers will talk a little bit about the pilots and the work that he's doing, and Fahad Qurashi will be talking a little bit about the work of MyPath. And I think it's an interesting intersection of the work that you all are doing and how it can support families or young people or folks along different points in their journey. So thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Director Davis, and thank you all for joining us today for this important summit. We're grateful to Director Davis and the Human Rights Commission staff. And this first conversation is around the what and why. And so I'm Joshua Arce, Director of Workforce Development in Mayor Breed's Office of Economic and Workforce Development. And we've got some terrific colleagues here who are doing the work, who are getting the work done in the community. And so I'm going to share the prompts and the thoughts and what the curators of today's conversation really want to convey, following on the heels of the remarks and framing from Director Davis, as well as Treasurer Cisneros, Supervisor Haney, who have really nailed the thoughts and why we come together today. So for us, I'm going to start with you, Kevin, and ask Fahad and share some thoughts from the city as well around the conversation we have in this first half hour, which are these. We're going to talk about what are guaranteed income programs, why do they exist, and how do they fit into an overall framework of economic inclusion and justice. So why don't we start with you, Kevin, to share about your work, your organization, and your thoughts on these prompts.
140 characters or less, right?
Yes, you can take 150.
Great. Well, good morning. It's good to be with all of you. So my name's Kevin Adler. I'm the founder and CEO of a nonprofit organization I started 7 years ago called Miracle Messages. We help people who are experiencing homelessness rebuild their social support systems and their financial security. And we've learned very clearly that basic income means basic dignity. So the way this work got started, and I'll just share this backstory, my uncle was homeless for 30 years. He suffered from schizophrenia, lived on and off the streets of Santa Cruz. But I never looked at him as a homeless man because he was just a beloved member of my family. So after he died, I started thinking about everyone I walked by on the streets and realizing that I wasn't seeing people as people. I was not seeing people as someone's son or daughter, brother or sister. I was seeing people as problems to be solved, not people to be loved. And so I started a project just to build my own empathy around homelessness, spent a year with 24 individuals experiencing homelessness, invited them to share their stories using wearable cameras, got the footage back, and was shocked by what I saw over and over again. People said, I never realized I was homeless when I lost my housing, only when I lost my family and friends. So that led me to walk down Market Street, ask everyone I met if they'd like to record a message to a loved one. Met a man who hadn't seen his family in 22 years, and then within an hour of recording his message, posted it in a Facebook group, ended up having it go viral, and his family was tagged in the first 20 minutes. It turned out he had been a missing person for 12 years. So how does that get towards economic inclusion and justice? So over the last 7 years, we've helped over 500 families reconnect with their long-lost loved ones. But we also know family sometimes is part of a problem, not part of a solution. So we've done a phone buddy program that matches volunteers with unhoused neighbors for weekly calls and texts. And through those relationships, trust is built. And when you have trust, and when you're in a relationship, people start identifying the barriers people face to overcoming homelessness and their barriers to housing. That trust, and what we're hearing from our volunteers and Miracle Friends, inspired us to do one of the first basic income pilots for people experiencing homelessness in the United States. It was a 6-month pilot. We distributed $500 a month for 6 months to 12 individuals, not a lot of money. 50% of those individuals were able to secure stable housing as a direct result of $500 a month over 6 months. Astonished us way beyond anything we could have done on their behalf. And that's now led us to think about how can we combine the relational support, because we know relational poverty is a form of poverty that often gets overlooked, along with the economic security, the economic justice. Because if you truly love people, you invest in them, you trust them, and there's no better way to do that than making sure that they have enough money to take care of themselves and their family.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Thank you for your work and for your sharing. Fahad, you want to share your work and the organization and your thoughts on the topic, guaranteed income programs, why they exist, and framework within the overall thoughts on economic justice and inclusion?
Absolutely. So thank you first and foremost for the opportunity, and to Sheryl Davis and Opportunity for All Initiative for just giving us the chance to test a model that infuses young people, young adults, particularly young parenting mothers at Hilltop School with financial capabilities and basic income. My name is Fahad Qurashi. I am the Senior Director of Strategy at MyPath, and what MyPath does is we really vision BIPOC young people, working class communities that are strained by financial exclusion, redlining practices, just historically, bad policy making, lack of access to what we're trying to talk about today in terms of economic inclusion and really providing that opportunity to transform those young people's first paychecks, first income opportunities, and in this case, guaranteed income into long-lasting economic mobility. A big part of, I guess, just to get straight to the point in terms of the work, and young people, young adults today have experienced their second recession in their lifetime. They are very much against all odds, and a zip code really determines your financial health, and in many ways determines your overall health because of the intersection. And through OFA, we've had the opportunity to partner with, again, Hilltop School, a county-based school in San Francisco that supports young parenting mothers, to pilot the first in the country when it comes to supporting young mothers and youth with a guaranteed income. And so we were able to, in terms of economic inclusion, really do a couple of core things. One, establish a payment plan that worked for young people through the JCYC. Two, create this environment for young people and really establish norms through learning circles and kind of peer-focused cohort-based learning within the school setting. And three, financial mentoring services. So I think when we think about the work that we do at MyPath, a big part of it is the financial capability piece, and knowing that young people who are already hit so hard with lack of resources, lack of income, on top of that with COVID and them being so connected to service-based work, the retail environment, restaurants, stadiums, we really saw that there's a huge opportunity for us to address that income inequity and that gap through guaranteed income. And so our young people and our organization did a really good job of advocating for systems change, and through policy efforts have been able to support some other pilots across the state too, which I'll talk about later. But in San Francisco, I think it's been really eye-opening to see the shifts in attitudes, behaviors, access when it comes to that guaranteed income, that stability it's bringing for young mothers, the ability for them to think that they can be strong providers for their young children, and what that means. It's beyond just the financial piece of having money, but what we're seeing is that there's so much intersection to health, that includes mental health. There's so much intersection into decision-making and confidence, like who do you hang out with, right? Who is part of your community, and being able to eliminate yourself from unhealthy relationships, and so much more, which I'll talk about throughout the course of today.
Thank you, Fahad. And I wanted to, when we were talking about the conversation today, really wanted to lead with implementers and those of you doing the work on the ground, and especially I think for government. And a big part of the conversation today, especially with the government leaders who are here, is around support and investing and creating a policy environment. So for us, Mayor London Breed is guiding us into a direction that is incredibly innovative and very unique. We'll be hearing from her a little bit later in the session, the afternoon panel. But I think one of the things to say for our office, because we're the Office of Economic and Workforce Development, the tethering of the two goals and objectives, our Department Director Kate Sophis has made clear the commitment to realizing these wins, these gains, the dignity that Kevin talked about, the opportunity for mothers and those who benefit from these programs. As Fahad mentioned, I think for us, we're really all hands on deck with the city and county in our office, particularly around the most glaring disparity. And this is on our workforce side, our staff, our Director of Workforce Programs, Janan Howell, David Taylor, who leads our work here around the historic Dreamkeeper initiative, which I'll speak about in a moment. And on our economic development side, we've got Diana Ponce de Leon, who leads our Invest in Neighborhoods program, and Larry McClendon, who helps implement strategies around guaranteed income, which in our world for workforce development are of the variety, as Mayor Breed often says, paid training, guaranteed income for individuals participating in training pathways that lead to good paying jobs and careers in industries in San Francisco. Before the pandemic, the story of our work, workforce development, connecting folks with a job or a better job, was around leaving no one behind, as Mayor Breed often said, an otherwise booming economy with communities left behind and seeing these economic disparities. It's different now. The pandemic, of course, exacerbated those disparities, and the work is even deeper. And I think that's what makes timing so unique for us in San Francisco. because I'll speak to that most glaring disparity, and it's the experience that is multi-generational for Black San Franciscans. And that is some data points that I'll read. Unemployment rate, this is estimated from 2019 data. We see the unemployment rate average citywide 4.2%, estimated at 10% for Black residents. When we look at median household income, the same date, 2019 data, we'll crunch in the newest to see where we're at today. But as of that particular time, median household income citywide, 141,000, Black families, 68,000. This disparity is multi-generational. It is, in San Francisco, one of the most tragic things that can happen when we think we've done everything we can and we get into what we do. Sometimes in San Francisco, we think we've got stuff figured out. Well, we don't, with respect to this multi-generational disparity that faces Black families and Black San Franciscans. So together at the Director Davis and Dr. Davis leadership around the Dreamkeeper Initiative, which you'll hear from our board president, Shimon Walton, speak to, and Mayor Breed, this is specifically to invest in programs to put a down payment on long-term strategies to reverse and close these gaps. I'll speak to a little bit as we talk about examples, because I think that's something we wanted to do here in our conversations, was go back to you, Kevin, and in the framework here that you described, and I think it's so powerful, the inspiration that you had that day that led you to march forward and create the program and the work that you've done. How about some examples of where you see guaranteed income having that meaningful impact and creating that change?
Absolutely. Gosh, where to start? Well, there's a friend of mine, Ray, who's one of the recipients of our proof of concept basic income. We call it Miracle Money. And Ray had been experiencing homelessness just for the last few years. He lost a job and felt ashamed and distanced himself from his loved ones because he felt like he didn't deserve their love and their support. And so we met him through our buddy program, our phone buddy program, and he got matched with a friend named Jen. When we called Ray, and Jen nominated Ray for the cash transfer. When we called him to let him know that we had selected him, he initially declined because he said that he's already received so much from Jen, and isn't there someone who needs it more than him? And this is a person who's experiencing homelessness. But he said, you've been selected, you deserve it. And he said he had two goals for the money. One was to get housed, and the second was to find a way to reconnect to his daughter, who he had been estranged from for a few years. So he was working at a COVID testing facility, working while experiencing homelessness, which is something that I think often gets overlooked, that many of our unhoused neighbors have jobs, multiple jobs, working as best they can. So he was able to save up with a combination of the work and the supplemental income, the basic income, where he was able to find a friend of his that he could move in with and feel good about paying half of the rent. So he was able to get off the streets, live with his friend, and the best part of all, that's probably the best part, but the other best part is he told Jen about his desire to reconnect to his daughter. It turned out that Jen was a teacher at the high school his daughter attended here in the city and knew his daughter as a teacher. She was able to help facilitate a reconnection between the two of them. And he sent me a photo a few weeks ago from her high school graduation ceremony. And masks on, but you could see the smile in his eyes. And he started using some of the funds that he had saved for her college fund, right? So when you hear a story like that from a person who's become a friend like Ray, how could you not do a program so cost-effective and efficient and humane as a basic income? Ray is obviously an extraordinary person. We had individuals who used their funds on a blender so that they could once again eat food because they didn't have teeth to chew solid foods, clothes to feel good about returning to the mosque where they didn't feel ashamed about themselves. 2 individuals got service dogs, And we know at least, verifiably, that at least 20% of our recipients used a portion of their money from Miracle Money as part of our basic income to make charitable contributions. And when I asked Elizabeth why, she made a contribution to Miracle Messages. I said, you didn't need to do this, why'd you do that? I appreciate it, but why'd you do that? She said, I didn't do it for you, I did it for myself, to once again feel the dignity of being able to support the causes that I believe in.
That's terrific. Thank you, Kevin.
Thanks.
Thank you. Fahad, would you like to share some of your experiences and some stories about the impact of the work?
Absolutely. So before getting into the stories too, just a little bit about our model. We have a financial capability model, and what that means is at MyPath, we think it's important beyond education to provide the knowledge, the access, and the ability to practice using products, checking account, savings account, credit cards, etc. And so through this model and through financial mentoring, which is now merged with our basic income kind of framework, and guaranteed income framework, we've been able to really dig deep with young people and build credit, which I think is essentially really important when it comes to building wealth. And I think part of this economic inclusion framework also invokes the concept of building wealth. Like a lot of these young folks have not thought about buying a home, right? Acquiring assets, debt management. And this project and this guaranteed income, this resource has been so critical in advancing those young people's financial journey and their needle in a positive direction. From being able to enroll in quality products, to savings, to debt management, to credit building, we've seen a whole spectrum of goals, financial goals, all the way to we've had one young person be able to put a down payment on a home in our Santa Clara pilot that's been happening. But to pivot back to a story from our young people here, there's a story of a young mother who was able to, through the financial mentoring and building a strong relationship with this financial mentor, and we kind of teach the mentors on youth development, youth engagement practices, trauma-informed practices, and the financial piece, they've been able to do a couple of things. This young person's been able to improve their credit score 200 points in 2 months because of this guaranteed income and their ability to create a debt management plan and address that debt. That has been critical for her bigger financial goal, which is to buy a house. But before being able to buy a house, she needed to get her own apartment, and because of this credit increase, she's been able to do that. Outside of the financial victory here, and there's many smaller victories too in terms of being able to budget, developing an income and expense statement sheet. She also was really clear through the interview and kind of profile building process we did with her that I've been able to leave an unhealthy relationship because a lot of that really was reliant on finances. And so, and we hear this often, especially with foster youth or just vulnerable youth populations in general. She has felt empowered to move away from that relationship and become financially independent, and now feels like a much stronger mother. Her confidence is sky high. She was talking the other day when we did the second interview with her about how she feels like, I can send my daughter to ballet classes. And these pieces that I think some of us may, take for granted, that a lot of folks don't have access to, and they shouldn't feel guilty about it. And they should be happy to have wellness and entertainment and recreation and hobbies. And so this GI, I think, has really helped a lot of young people come to the realization that they deserve wealth-building opportunities and strategies.
Thank you, Fahad. And thank you to the men and women of IATSE Local 16 and the Herbst Theater for hosting the infrastructure and session tonight. I've got a microphone situation, so we're going to double up here for the balance of the thoughts here. I think what we hear from Kevin and Fahad really also illustrates something about the fact that guaranteed income, where there's more kind of longer standing experience perhaps and work in Mexico and work in Kenya, Brazil, where there's long standing experiments and investments in guaranteed income, that individuals know what to do best to support themselves and their families with income. And I think these stories illustrate that. Back to the city and county of San Francisco, and thank you, of course, to SFGTV for bringing this to an audience of those watching online. The programs that we mentioned, and there'll be some conversations in San Francisco around direct payment programs, particularly connected to COVID relief, Family Relief Fund, programs that we're very fortunate to work with our Treasurer's Office around to implement, as well as community and labor partners. The programs out of our office are with respect to opportunities, at least at this stage, the guaranteed income programs are within the healthcare industry, within construction. Our City Build Academy program, thanks to Mayor Breed's investment, is now a paid training program for men and women training to become union construction apprentices. We've got 1,500 graduates to date over 15 years, but this class was the first time where we're putting an additional $1,000 a month guaranteed income for participants to successfully make it through and get out. And 95% of everyone who graduates gets a job, so the goal is to get through and get that job. I'm gonna leave the story of City EMT, a historic pilot that we're really excited to share, to Mayor Breed, who's gonna speak about the success of this program. And in fact, the founder, Attica Bowden, and her team will be here a little bit later to talk about a pilot in terms of opportunities to train to become EMT, emergency medical technicians with our fire department or with private paramedic firms, and after a 3-week experience to go into a field that starting pay is $73,000 a year with the city and county, and help, again, to address some of these disparities that we're speaking of in San Francisco. Particularly since we're funding with Dreamkeeper Initiative, our goal is to prioritize opportunities for Black job seekers to make, as I mentioned again, these long-term investments to close these gaps. Over on our economic development side, the team at Invest in Neighborhoods has an entrepreneurial training program, because a lot of the experience you might hear from entrepreneurs is maybe not everyone has the financial wherewithal to take the time, not just the down payments and the capital, there's programs to help with that, to help start up businesses, but just to support yourself, to make ends meet while you're starting a business and trying to realize a dream that you had as an entrepreneur. So this program will pay and invest $3,000 a month with respect to providing guaranteed income every 4 weeks that you continue to build your business. That $3,000, we're seeing already 166 entrepreneurs have signed up. I was shared with this morning to share with y'all, and we really believe in the long-term success of these programs. So I think in San Francisco, and what you see, it's not unique to us, obviously. I think we've really been taken by the success and experience of Mayor Tubbs in Stockton, and learning from that model in a guaranteed income, moving toward a universal basic income. We also have this idea that I mentioned with respect to, as Mayor Breed says, paid training, guaranteeing income, so the participants in City EMT who completed their first class earlier in the year have said, I didn't have to work. $3,000 a month meant no side job, no side hustle, and in many of the students' cases, they are multi-generational participants in families seeking to break these cycles. So one of the thoughts we might kind of take this conversation here is, before we turn over to the next series of conversations, because we're the first today, to maybe set some stages around what comes next. What's next for you, Kevin, and the team? Where do you see the conversation around guaranteed income, economic inclusion going from here?
I mean, I'm sitting with what Fahad said. I was very moved by what you're talking about, especially around people feeling like they need to justify accessing wellness programs. And I think that's such an important point, because so often, especially in the homelessness space, we've defined an entire category of people by what they're lacking in terms of one physical need, right? We would never look at each other as housed people. And yet we've defined people by their lack of housing. And that's, I can't imagine fully functioning without housing and a shower and nutritious meals and a safe place to sleep, and and the indignity that often is subsequent to that. But food, water, shelter, clothing, housing, that's all the base of Maslow's pyramid. To be fully human, you need a lot more than that. You need love, you need belonging, you need wellness. So my hope is, I'm so glad that basic income and guaranteed income is rightfully in vogue right now, right? There's a movement, we're all talking about it, the optics are better now, right? Previously, the concern was, well, they're going to blow money on alcohol and drugs, and well, you know, we don't want to do that. Well, we're starting to move past that. We're working with groups that may be, you know, very empathetic, right? It's not that any group is deserving or less deserving, but I think we can't bifurcate one group as deserving or another group as undeserving. That perpetuates the problem that got us into this in the first place. Like, we should run programs for mothers with children, we should run programs for veterans, we should run programs, but we should also realize that no one should be experiencing homelessness in the United States in 2021. That's just ridiculous. And we had periods where there wasn't homelessness. So my hope is, as we move to a more cultural acceptance of basic income and guaranteed income, we realize that that is not in and of itself enough. Because we do basic income and guaranteed income, but we also, as we've seen with Miracle Messages, if you don't have the social support, if you're suffering from relational poverty, if you don't have someone who's working with you as a friend, as a neighbor, the first time that there's a setback, an unexpected health emergency, the end of the 12th month, the 13th month of the pilot, suddenly someone could be back on, you know, where they started, and not have the same purpose and support to kind of get out of that mess. So I just hope that we have a more nuanced, holistic conversation, and I think the best way to do that is by being in relationship with the folks who are actually receiving services, not as service recipients, but as partners, as co-designers, as folks that we're building together with. So,
Thank you, Kevin. Fahad, what are your thoughts on the road ahead?
Yeah, just to piggyback off that, I mean, I think there's three kind of core things for us at MyPath: internal reflection on the 2 pilots that we've been able to facilitate in partnership with OFA and with the Santa Clara County. And so just deeper evaluation, we've been able to be really fortunate that we've actually been kind of like the primary holder of evaluation and stories through the process because of the mentorship that's provided. There's a lot more trust that's been built, so the ability to kind of articulate the impact of guaranteed income and the impact of some of the other services, like our financial mentoring work, has definitely been a good kind of outcome. I think 2, advocacy opportunities. I agree, like it shouldn't just be like one community over the other, but depending on what the landscape looks like, if there is an opportunity to get, let's say, recently Senate Bill 739, which provided an opportunity for foster youth that are aging out of the system to get a guaranteed income, many experiencing homelessness, you know, being strong advocates for that work. Wherever the opportunity lies to bring in these resources for the communities that we all know deserve it, we need to be able to advocate as organizations and as individuals. And I would say the third thing is, as we've learned from these 2 pilots, and we at MyPath plan to scale our work, we're actually proud to announce that through the National Institute of Health, we are partnering with the University of California, San Francisco, UCSF, and Community Financial Resources, CFR, to expand and scale the guaranteed income pilot, specifically with the Black community in San Francisco and Alameda County. And so we'll be supporting 300 emerging young youth, young and youth Black folks to be able to provide that guaranteed income and also measure the impact of financial mentoring versus not getting the mentoring services. Because again, it's optional, as it should be. And so we're really excited about those evaluation opportunities that are coming up and the intersection to the other things, right? Not just like, again, it's not just about financial mentoring, but we think it's important. We do think that it impacts other parts of it through just the nature of mentorship, through being like part of a team, you know, and through this stability piece. We feel that we'll be able to hopefully prove our hypothesis that there is impact there and that there's evidence to the work that we're doing, and continue to gather those outcomes, findings, and kind of key recommendations to say that this should be practiced with a lot of different people and a lot of different populations across the country. So those are some of our next steps.
it's exciting.
Thank you, Fahad. It is exciting. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Fahad. I think for San Francisco, and I think for those of us in government here in the room or watching, really a big part of our work right now is twofold, which is one, around quantifying and naming these disparities, essentially aligning with community voice for reasons I'll speak to in a moment. And second is around infrastructure to administer programs we are really excited that Treasurer Cisneros helped kick off the conversation with Director Dr. Davis, because our treasurer and his team, Amanda Freed, who's here, Tejal Shah, Carmen Ho, Molly, there's a crew there that will work with our city departments to help put these programmatic investments in place to align with community partners. And it does two things. One, service providers are really where the work is. You're hearing from the really hands-on experience of Kevin and Fahad around knowing and supporting and working with their teams, with the individuals and the families that they are supporting. Government plays an important role because, as we're happy to share with anyone who'd like to know, we've been blessed from expertise in the Treasurer's Office how to implement payments in a way that does a couple of things. One, as a government support, as a benefit, and some criteria that can be put in place. Well, these are benefits. They're not treated as income, which means they're not subject to taxation because they are helping to provide a government-conferred benefit. And that can have an impact, because that's something to be really cognizant of, to not potentially risk tripping up a participant in a guaranteed income program because of a 1099 coming down the road, or we might provide services and programs to support job seekers irrespective of work authorization, where that's not a requirement to participate. You are, I think, would, like us, be well suited to learn some of the great work happening out of our Treasurer's Office. But second to that first thing I mentioned around looking at disparities, the data will take you places that you just may never know, and it does advance a strategy that, in the case of the Dreamkeeper Initiative, initiated by Mayor Breed and President Walton of our Board of Supervisors, led by Director Dr. Davis in partnership with our office and others, community voice knows better than anyone what is happening. For myself, I got in this work as a civil rights attorney before joining government and taking on this role on behalf of Mayor Breed, of which it's been the opportunity of a lifetime for me. The fact is that this strategy addressing what I mentioned, black unemployment, the median family income for black households when compared to citywide, you take that analysis and you never know where it's going to go. In the case of race ethnicity, you can look at data that shows that same statistic. Generally speaking, in San Francisco, across community, across race, there's a cluster around the average unemployment. But if you disaggregate within API community, Asian and Pacific Islander, if you look at unemployment rate for Asian San Franciscans, remains generally speaking around the average. Pacific Islander now goes up to double the citywide average. That conversation happens when you go deep around Native American community. You see that actually this year was the first, when we looked at that data, at 10.7 estimated unemployment rate for Native American, American Indian community, was for the first time in recent years that was actually a higher estimate than black unemployment. And in many ways because of the intentionality that Mayor Breed has provided with addressing those lingering legacies of anti-black racism in San Francisco. But you can go to gender. You can go to, at this rate in San Francisco, women will have to work decades in closing the gender pay gap until women make as much as men perform the same work in the city and county of San Francisco. You can look at age, you can look at disability, you can look at, in a city of 11% limited English proficient residents, that there are disparities that will take us there, and guaranteed income can be the great equalizer. It can be something for us in the world of workforce development that are in this room or participate in. I would say in many ways, workforce development has a certain kind of, it doesn't pop, but economic inclusion, I think workforce development is a strategy there, because like we said, guaranteed income provides for, in the case of City MT, which Mayor Breed will speak to a little bit more in depth later, individuals who wouldn't have been able to take on and get a nationally recognized credential in the healthcare industry. That I mentioned, it starts at $72,000 to $73,000 a year with the city and county, an EMT, emergency medical technician. Well, there's 10 steps, and you advance every year, and it tops out close to $175,000 a year. So these kind of incomes in a city like this, and every city's got a different story. Our story was booming economy, too many San Franciscans left behind. Our story now is economic recovery, and really, as Mayor Breed says, building back stronger, more equitably. Build Back Better, of course, but stronger, more equitably is part of the conversation in San Francisco. We got just a few minutes here, and so that might be a nice time to share final thoughts as we impart with the guests, and thank you again for joining us, and enjoy all the other panels and conversations today. Again, thank you to the organizers. Closing thoughts, Kevin.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. So, I guess I'll share what's next with Miracle Messages, Miracle Money, and then also want to invite all of you to get involved if you're so inspired. I just got back from a trip down to Los Angeles. We've received a major philanthropic commitment to do a randomized control trial in Los Angeles, where we really can do an evaluation on the impact of basic income plus social support. And then being able to see that over a longitudinal study is going to be helpful, and being able to make an even stronger case, not only in the power of basic income, but in basic income pilots, the need to include a mentoring component, a phone buddy program, some kind of relational infrastructure as well. So we'd love to do something like that in San Francisco as well, and in the Bay Area. We're in a housing incubator with the Poverty Action Lab out of MIT to do that here in the Bay Area, but always looking for more support to do that. For ways folks can get involved, we have a vibrant community of volunteer digital detectives. They go online, they make phone calls, they write letters, they do digital searches to locate the loved ones, deliver messages, and reunite neighbors experiencing homelessness with their families. So they meet every week. We also need many, many more volunteer Miracle Friends. So if you have 1 hour a week and you're interested in being a phone buddy, getting matched with an unhoused neighbor, we have volunteers in Chile, Munich, Germany, Philippines, having weekly calls and text messages with unhoused neighbors in San Francisco, South Florida, Los Angeles. So always looking for more phone buddies. And then, of course, if anyone's interested in partnering with us, helping to refer unhoused neighbors to us, or getting on board some of our pilots as funders, feel free to reach out to me. I'm kevin@miraclemessages.org, and would love to hear from anyone. So,
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you. Fahad, final
Thank you.
thought.
Yeah, just a great opportunity, and thanks again to everybody. Just great work that's happening throughout the communities that we serve. I think, just some final thoughts would be, we're at this stage right now. It's really exciting. Like a movement has been growing around this, guaranteed income opportunity across the country. And I think this is where we think critically. Like, it's great to get the GIs in place, and I think resources are coming, both from philanthropic sources and from government. But what can we do to be better? I think that's the piece of yes, it's non-conditional, but I think part of it is there. Even in the work that we did in Santa Clara, it was very clear, and also at Hilltop, that there was such a need for mentorship, for financial access, for financial capabilities. And so thinking about what the need is with the community, making sure that those folks that are going to be part of the program are part of the design phase, that they're helping to put the inputs in as to what this whole project is going to look like, that's critical too. So that's a big learning lesson. And we welcome the opportunity at MyPath for you all to be part of our community too. We want to teach, learn, grow. We are very invested. Our young people who have built a policy platform across the country through the National Youth Economic Bill of Rights are very hungry to move this work forward. In fact, they're meeting with Senator Cortese tomorrow to talk about the basic income strategies that they could do across the state. So I think just keep the advocacy arm rolling. Talk to the thought leaders that are in this space, like ourselves and MyPath, to learn more and to build what this holistic and kind of wraparound full service approach could look like. Because I think we were pleasantly surprised that as much as we made things optional and we wanted to limit the amount of energy or burden on folks, that folks are looking for those resources and they are hungry. And with this GI, that stability, that lack of income volatility, that relief and stress, at least for that short period of time, it's there. So now's the time to make that move towards economic mobility. So just appreciate it.
Thank you, Fahad. A big round of applause for our panelists, please, folks. Thank you, and thank you all for joining. Thank you.
Hey, buddy. Good to meet you.
Yeah,
Right. Good work, man.
Thank you all.
Give it up for our panel again there. I want to I want to make everybody stand up and shimmy or something. I don't know. I want to make sure that you are able to enjoy and give the energy. I maybe spent too much time in like the Black Baptist church. I feel like you should be saying, yes, woo, something. Maybe not amen, but just some encouragement when you hear something that you agree with, or maybe you have questions, a little feedback. I know it's hard for folks to be on stage and not be in space with you, but I think they'd love to know that you are hearing them and that you're in the audience. And for the folks who are following online, if you have questions, we did get one question that hopefully as we go through the day, we'll have some conversations around, but just this idea that how do we shift from a minimum amount of money to actually having an amount of money that people need, right? So are we, as we think about guaranteed income, are we just gonna keep with kind of the flat number of $500, or are we gonna actually try to drill down on understanding what people's basic need is in order to actually meet and overcome poverty? And so those are some things we'll continue to pose and put out there. And maybe this next panel that's coming up will be able to shed a little light on how they got to their number, or if they're going to kind of evolve from where they started. Deborah Cullinan from Yerba Buena Center from the Arts will get us started and introduce the panel, but they have done some amazing work with artists and are able to kind of build on that initial pilot, and I think there's a lot we can learn from their work. So Deborah, thank you so much for being here, and I will yield the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Director Davis. Thank you so much. How is everyone doing? Oh, good, good. Well, I think you're in for a real treat. So again, my name is Deborah Cullinan. I'm the CEO of Yerba Buena Center for the Arts, otherwise known as YBCA. For those that you may not know, it is an art center and an urban studio located at Yerba Buena Gardens here in San Francisco. And we have, for many years, preceding the pandemic, really been focusing our organization on economic, social, and racial justice. We have been doing a significant amount of work for quite a while around economic security. And what we've been looking at, specifically to artists, but also in general, is the fact that none of us are secure if any of us are not secure. And we have been quite focused on experimenting with new models that are community-led, community-designed, and artist-centered that allow us to pivot and pilot and build the movement toward economic security for all. So as Director Davis mentioned, we are very honored to be in partnership with San Francisco Mayor London Breed, with the San Francisco Arts Commission, and with the Human Rights Commission on a pilot program, the San Francisco Guaranteed Income Pilot for Artists. In its first phase, we started with working with 130 artists with a focus on artists who have been hard hit, undervalued, underfunded in this community for decades, but doing the transformational work. We were able to, thank you to Start Small, raise additional money. So we are now working with those 130 artists, $1,000 a month, no strings attached for 18 months. And we're working with 6 powerhouse community-based organizations to identify at least 60 more artists who will also be part of this program, $1,000 a month, no strings attached for 18 months. We are contributing to field building, we're gathering the evidence and sharing the story of impact, and we're emphasizing that if we can evolve to models that address that we all need a sense of security and stability in our lives, that we will be better off. We're focusing on artists because we know that artists are going to be essential to our healing forward, that artists are doing transformational work, one neighborhood, one block, one classroom at a time. And if we invest differently in those artists, we can create the conditions for social cohesion, belonging, collective safety, community involvement, the true narrative that makes up our city. These are the conditions that we need if we're going to drive towards equity, health, and well-being in our communities. So I am so pleased to introduce you to 2 of the 4 people that you are going to engage with today. I'm going to bring on the stage Aisa Villarosa and Kevin Dublin. Aisa is the Senior Director of External Affairs at YBCA and former Associate Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Insight Center. Through art, law, and storytelling, Aisa works to break down harmful narratives and to seed growth. Welcome, Aisa. Kevin, yes, go ahead. And Kevin is an education advocate, editor, and writer of poetry, prose, scripts, and code. As director of the Litquake Foundation's community-based elder writing project and a teaching assistant at the Oakland-based co-op Kickstart Coding. Did I get that right? Kevin is passionate about access to education for all and has worked with emerging writers and programmers from ages 5 to 105. Welcome, Kevin, and thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I walked in, went off cue. I've been thinking like, oh man, I had to go back and like get my tie. How does my tie look? I was like, I would love to see. I was like, I'm coming in here. I gotta wear a tie. I feel blessed just to be, in this room in the company of, previously and going forward, and now in the company of just truly brilliant and accomplished people. We're gathering here today while, our elected Congress rests in this, a gridlock on infrastructure and social spending. And I specifically say rest because, there don't seem to be enough of them who are truly, worried. And I worry that lack of concern is due to not having an accurate assessment of implications of what we're talking about here today. But I'll focus on the local and focus on me. I just wanted to preface that because I believe in humanity. I believe in it as much as I believe that there are gulls over the ocean and waves below them when I hear their calls at the beach. Even when I'm not looking, even when my eyes are closed, the same way I believe in each and every one of you. I'm one of the recipients of the Basic Income Pilot. That was for artists in San Francisco. Again, thank you, YBCA. Thank you, Mayor Breed. I consider myself an artist who works in multiple mediums. So, but my primary mode is poetry. Performing it, developing curriculum for it, teaching it, and I've done all of these things previously in academia, public and private schools, for businesses, for private venues. But I truly love to do it directly in the community. I believe, as Deborah said, in education for all. And one of the primary reasons because of that is it was illegal for my great-grandparents to read, and my father was illiterate even through the early part of his adulthood. But I'll share a little bit about my time as a part of the program. One of the major criticisms of guaranteed minimum income pilots is people think, what kind of impact could such a small amount of money have on such a limited amount of people over a short amount of time? And one answer is that it's the difference between eventually being able to catch up on rent and stressing over an eviction, between eventually, between a 4-year-old's desire to live with his father still going on unfulfilled 8 years later and it being fulfilled. It's the difference between being able to afford a cross-country trip, connecting with family one hasn't seen in years, hearing the story of a father selling the shoes from his feet and jacket from his back to feed his 2 younger brothers when his mother was sick, and never learning that you have 2 great uncles who were lynched in trees you would pass on the road to the church you went to as a kid. But those are only from my own personal experiences as a participant in the pilot. The truth about basic income pilots is that each one is just a spark for the fire, and the true number of answers for all of us are infinite. I've been able to write, but there are others who will be able to paint. There were some who were able to dance, to sculpt, to film, to build businesses. There will be others who will be able to climb out of the holes that economic structures integrated into our society sent us into, simply because we have the desire to create for others, to build communities without being born into complete financial freedom. But if it can be integrated into it, it can also be disintegrated. And a basic income is just one part of that process. The limitations of the design of our economy and our social safety net are like trying to carry water for a mile to the desert in cup hands. In a world like that, can we really call our society humane? Can we call ourselves a society if we allow the savage and unnecessary inequalities of poverty to continue? If we allow citizens to sleep and lice-covered clothes on the streets, if we allow a single child to wake to a dawn hungry, if we do not feed her through the day as she itches, if she can't eat in the evening, if we continue to allow over 44,000 people to die each year from lack of health insurance and leave millions to put off care because of rising health costs, if reparations are not paid for the decades of federally backed, locally mandated policies like redlining or segregation or slavery, which block access to generations of wealth accumulation and intrinsically link class with race. It is a choice, and it's all of our choices today and tomorrow. If we can choose to support a child tax credit, which eliminates nearly half of child poverty, then we can choose to support a child tax credit, which eliminates all of child poverty, as well as multiple measures, including a basic income, to help fight poverty. Not even just fight, eliminate poverty for all families, for all people, all over the country. I know this moment isn't just glowing embers in the night. It's more than the smoke of Martin Luther King Jr.'s desire for the potential of the individual to not be wasted, to make space for new forms of work that enhance the social good. This moment is more than ashes of those whose ideas he inherited that are piled at the base of a fire pit that opposition has assassinated, defamed, and imprisoned to try and extinguish. This moment has people reading, writing, speaking, gathering, strategizing, demanding the most I've seen in my lifetime. And it's through these actions, through demands, that there will be change. Because there will only be change as we make the choice to be outraged enough and force that change. We can make economic justice, we can end poverty, and we can do that and make it a reality by showing how much we support each of the policies that, and the ideas that we're talking about here today, by making it dangerous for any politician to not actively endorse and support it. President Barack Obama said he used to tell his staffers that better is good. The truth is that better is not enough. It never has been, and this is not the time to settle for incrementalism. The bill for fixing our systems of exclusion is pink and long past due. If being somewhat better is the baseline, how many generations will it take before there are children who don't have to wake up to a slow murder, like a housefly kicking itself in the liquid of a bottled Coke? We can't hope for better. We have to demand what's best. We have to believe that economic security for all isn't radical. It isn't radical for each citizen to have enough to eat or a financial safety net. It isn't radical for each citizen to have enough, to have enough financial freedom and enough financial freedom to fail, to start a business or create culture. It isn't radical for each citizen to be able to take a paid family leave or simply be able to take care of their family or their community and still feel valued. It isn't radical to know that we need more and to demand it. Today is a starting point. We all know from the first time our 4 or so year old hands draw circles in the sand or with chalk on a sidewalk or with a pencil on paper that each circle begins with a starting point, and each starting point can become a revolution. Thank you.
What if I told y'all that we have not 1, but 3 fireballs of humans waiting to take this stage? Thank you, Kevin. Kevin is one part of a continuum of work that Deborah shared earlier. I want to bring to the stage Ani and Marcelo. Woo. Woo. Ani Rivera is the executive director of Galería de la Raza, based in the Mission District of San Francisco. Rivera's work focuses on creating equitable and sustainable communities whose practices center on understanding how power, access, and resources can be used in the service of justice. Marcelo Javier, who brought me a coffee this morning, thank you, co-founded the San Francisco Bay Area theater company, SFBATCO, in 2014, a Black, Latin, and Asian-led nonprofit that produces compelling theater, fosters cross-cultural dialogue, promotes social justice, and authentically reflects the experiences of communities of color and LGBTQ people. Now, y'all, you know we had to add some art to this panel, and Kevin, as a dad, a poet, an artist, Ani and Marcelo as activists and artists in their own right, we're here on this stage, one of many suffering from the longest closure of venues since World War II. And we're also here with many of us celebrating Dia de los Muertos, thinking of grief, thinking of remembrance, and all that we have lost. We've heard from previous panels the extent of that loss to some degree, that when we look in this city of San Francisco at Black, Indigenous, Latin, and AAPI communities, we comprise over 50% of the population, but over 70% of families who are unable to make ends meet. And Deborah mentioned true narrative. This is not because of individual responsibility, as y'all know, as you are here. This is about structural racism. This is about the coalescing of systems, lots of inequity throughout time. But let's back it up a little bit. Ani, hi.
Hi.
Galería de la Raza, for folks who may not know in the room, perhaps we could start with you sharing more about Galería, who you are as an artist and a leader, and what it means to be back in this stage and to be here talking about guaranteed income.
Yeah, well, first of all, I just want to say it's amazing to have an audience. It's been 20 plus months. And for the folks watching through the stream, thank you for joining us. Feliz Dia de los Muertos. I think Galería's history is really rooted in reclaiming history. I mean, Dia de los Muertos is a significant practice because we honor the legacies and the histories of our community. And that goes to say that's why we were founded, to create a dedicated space for artists, particularly Latino artists, to showcase and to express their ideals towards the path of self-determination. We have been operating out of the city and county for 52 years, and we have been on the go for the last 20 months since pandemic hit. We were historically displaced from our home on the corner of 24th and Bryant back in 2019. And now we are getting prepared to enter Galería 5.0 in our permanent home, a home that will provide education access, community engagement, and that really centers that value. What is the role that art plays in telling a narrative and telling story, and just allowing for folks to define what that path of self-determination is radically stepping into joy. I've heard over and over, giving people dignity today. I've heard radically shifting systems. That is what Galería has been centered and focused, is how do we provide a platform for community members, Marcelo being one of them, sharing with me as a child coming into Galería to learn how to do sugar skulls, to learn about our traditions and our histories and our dreams. So that's what Galería does.
Thank you, Ani. And y'all, when we were talking about today's panel, as short of time as we have, Kevin being the first wave of this continuum of work, and Deborah talked about the coalition that we are all in right now with Galería, with SFBATCO, with others who are not in this room. Marcelo, SF is in your blood. Can you talk about what this all means, but also we can't stop, right? We've talked about this one-on-one. We've talked about this in rooms, and what Ani just shared is also a struggle against displacement and what place means beyond economic security, beyond cash. So ground us in the story of BATCO and your art practice and why this work means so much to you.
Sure. Well, as you mentioned, I am very much a San Franciscan. I was born and raised here in the city. My family first arrived here in 1908. And then my father, of course, immigrated here in the 70s. I say, of course, as if I know everyone here. But I grew up here going to SFUSD schools, as did my co-founder, Rodney Earl Jackson Jr. We then both went off to school on the East Coast to learn great American theater and how it's supposed to be done, which was great, and I would never trade that experience in for anything else. But we realized one summer when we met back up in New York that as much as we were having fun in New York and how great it was to be doing theater there, if we could be doing it there, we could be doing it in our hometown. And we missed being here. And we missed having our families, our friends, our culture next to us. And so we committed in that summer of 2012 to start SFBATCO. And we started it on literal bar napkins, as cliche as that can be, with just an idea. And we somehow saw it through with, a lot of support and love from our community. And we were committed to telling the stories of the people of San Francisco. And people ask me, well, what does that mean? And I say, well, people like us who have grown up here, who have legacy here and roots in this city, we're no longer afforded space in the place that we have lived our entire lives. And we have been moved for so many different reasons, but so many of these reasons are out of our control. A lot of them always stemming to a financial root. And myself, I made the decision to move back from the East Coast about 6 years ago. And when I had gotten back, I did not recognize the city anymore. And I'm not just talking about the skyline, which is fine. Things change. That should be how things go. Things should change, and we shouldn't stay stagnant. But the changes that we've seen are heartbreaking. I don't see the communities that I grew up with. To see Galería displaced and learning of that was heartbreaking. To go walking through the mission, we're housed at the Brava Theater Center down on 24th, not too far from Galeria's old home. That neighborhood is totally different. It is unrecognizable from when I was a child. And I went to Buena Vista Elementary back in the day when it was still down over there. And it's hard to then come home, and I remember when I told people in New York I was moving back, they were like, oh, that's so exciting, how lucky you are. And I would tell people here, and they'd be like, you're messing up, dude. And I was like, no, where do you think? I live in New York, I know what expensive rent is. And then I got back here, and I was like, ooh, I did not know what rent was. And while I joke about that, it's actually very painful to say. I spent probably over a year and a half trying to find a place to live in this city with my partner, and it was not possible. We ended up moving to Oakland because, I had a good friend who happened to be in possession of a house that her mother had left her after her passing, and that was the only way we could have our own place in the Bay Area. And then people would say, how do you like living in the East Bay? And I said, I don't know. I sleep in the East Bay, but I still live in the city. My work is here, my company is here, my family is here. I am commuting 5, 6, 7 days out of the week to support the art scene in the city that I love, but I can't even afford to live there. Then beyond that, out of circumstances out of anyone's control, we lost our place in Oakland. And I am now living back at home with my family, and as is my partner, and that's fine. I love my family, and luckily we get along. But the fact of the matter is, as someone who has started a company, who is on salary and doing financially better than probably a lot of my peers, I still cannot afford to live in my own city. And that's why we are here having these conversations to, how do we change this? How can we have a community where we can all still participate and not have to travel 60, 90, 100 minutes a day just to serve the people that we love?
There's so much there, Marcelo. I'm also thinking of every day I pass by Mission Dolores, and I think of enslaved indigenous peoples who, because of their enslavement, cannot prove certain accreditation because their leaders were imprisoned, right? So we have this history that is rich, there is pain, and it's also about how do we then get back to the joy that Ani called out. So much of what you shared, Marcelo, also reminds me of Kevin. When we've talked, part of your poetic exercise is, as you say, writing about ghosts, how you will walk around this city as a Black artist and imagine the Fillmore, imagine the Great Migration, things that have come and gone, people who have come and gone. When Ani and Marcelo shared, what came up for you?
Yeah, no, actually the thing is, something that we've talked about before, which is like hearing something articulated. We're all we all are coming from all these different like contexts, and like, I think the key to, the future is finding like, okay, what is the vision like for the future? And like having that history and like having that past and going from there. But I immediately was thinking like, oh, this is another piece of that large fabric. Hearing, Barry Jenkins, down at, I think I'm pointing in the right direction, at the City Arts and Lecture, speak a couple of years ago about how like, being black and being in San Francisco is like being in love with someone who doesn't really love you back. And I was just like, that's it, because when I moved here, it was. I'm originally from North Carolina, but then I was in, San Diego and was searching for a job there and was and the only opportunities I was finding were like back in North Carolina, which I like, majority of my family is there, but one of the reasons I'm even here, my children are here. And it's like, I was not going to, leave them in that way. And so the job opportunity I got was in San Francisco. And I came and I was like sharing a studio with these like weird, it was like it was kind of like, we had like rotating like who was here when and getting ready for that then, and like, and really sort of finding a way. And it's like, what is the, how can we all participate? How can we all, find joy? I feel like there's, when you go to any place, it's always, any place that's like, new. And I mean, obviously I've been here for 6 years now, so I guess it's not like new, but it still feels new. And that's because it really took that long to really find and like be a part of all the communities that I'm, a part of, from like, Board of Quiet Lightning and, directing this project with Litquake and like, doing everything, with you guys, and then volunteering with 826 and helping with the Black Student Initiative. It's like, oh man, like here are the, this is, sort of contributing to, all this community and like loving it and finding happiness there, but then thinking about like, how long can this be sustained? I'm only, here because of, the below market rate program. I mean, if it wasn't for that, I couldn't afford it either. And I only knew about, and that only happened because just on a whim, like literally a phone call, someone was like, we just had a space open today. And I was like, I can come in and like doing, like it was, it was like just, it was madness, but like by providence or whatever, like, had it just blessed. And, it's kind of like, at what point is, because I think that also when we think about like anti-poverty, we think like, that the floor for poverty is just higher. But it's like, that's not really it. Like, I want to see people thrive. I want to see like everyone, thrive. And if we have something like, I'm sort of thinking about, now even with this, the below market rate programs, whether it's like, rental, whether it's like buying housing, because there's actually programs for that. And so that's one thing, like, I'm like, everybody, this exists. Like, if you like, go for it, because there should be, I think, some of it is just like people not, knowing. But even with those programs, it's like there's a cap. It's like there's a ceiling that's there, and it's like, okay, like you can have and do and make like this much, but after that, like that's it. And it's not just you; it's also a cap that's there for your, say, you pass and it goes on to your children. It's a cap there for them, and at that point, because there's been a lack of access, or not even, I'm not gonna say lack of access, that's like softening it. There's been like specific exclusion to access intergenerational wealth. I'm like, no, that's something I want to, build for my, my family. Mm-hmm. And it's not something I can really do in San Francisco. And so it's like, at what point, that's like the tragic thing. It's like, how, it's like, oh wow, like I'm, sort of, building and loving and all of this, but one day, like, if I can't do that and this is something I really want to do, I might have to leave.
Yeah. And turning to the collective, I think part of this is how can we bake truth and reconciliation into investment. I'm staring at the screen in front of me, and investing is the key word. And it's interesting, right? So I sit here being a part of the YBCA community, being part of an organization with a lot of proximate access to power, right? And YBCA fundamentally believes that artists should be the drivers of that change, and I think that's part of what brought us all together. But it is this tricky situation of how do we make sure everyone is at the table? And I think of Ani, who really has committed to the work of guaranteed income, so much so that Galería de la Raza is looking to match artists in our guaranteed income program. This is no easy feat, as many of you all know. And it is just the beginning, but would love to share more.
Well, you know, when the pandemic first hit, we were just settling into our interim space, and we were getting hundreds of calls, emails. We were hearing from everyone. Where is the resources? Where's their funding to help? And at that time, we realized that the largest group that was being impacted without a safety net was the undocumented creative sector. There were no platforms, no resources, and we said either we negotiate out of our interim space and go into radical on the go and continue to serve community and take those resources to create a mutual aid fund, or we're gonna sort of sit there with empty space. And so what's the priority here? And we realize as an institution, we are in service to individual artists. That is first and foremost what we do, is we support the creative sector in providing jobs as being that nurturing platform for folks to test things. And we let them do it in a radical way, in challenging even us how we track, systems in place. And so we decided we needed to do that. We saw the impact. Then we pivoted to starting to help artists apply for unemployment. That in its whole self, it's a whole other, cracking that is like we were on the phone 24/7 with artists, creating hotlines, having folks help each other out, creating that support network. And so we see the need. We know that there's a huge need. We know that the systems that be are colonial in settings that continue to oppress our communities, and that we have to lean in each other. That's what our communities teach us. I'm gonna call in my grandmother since we're talking about Dia de los Muertos. Closed mouths don't get fed is what she would say, right? So we had to learn to navigate, we had learned to advocate, and so part of that has also been a challenge for ourselves as an institution, shifting the culture of our institution to saying we are going to be knocking on those doors. And I'm sure YBCA knows that, because we've been knocking on all kinds of doors. And that is what our role has to be, right? Is to make sure that artists are protected, that artists are front and center. We believe that art and culture are not just based on ticket sales, based on things that look beautiful on the wall. It is instrumental as to how we develop our community, and we've seen that. We understand that community development is centered on the way we look at things, hear things, feel things, taste things, and hear things. So it's important for that sector to be front and center. We learned that through our displacement. We've learned, so I feel that was the reason why we felt that it's imperative. If we are going to save our artists, support our artists, we have to be front and center knocking on those doors, and also challenge the nonprofit industrial complex. Because it is created in this matter that we think, artists are underpaid, overtaxed, and not acknowledged as significant contributors to our neighborhoods, our society. And that has been the reason why we said we're gonna match that. That's only bringing 15, 20 artists support, when we know there's at least in the thousands in the Bay Area. Because of the history of displacement in our community, most of our artists are living in the 9 Bay Area counties. And we can only help right now artists that are living in San Francisco. And that's another challenge we have to kind of step into, because all of the programs that are created for the city and county is for employees and people that live here. And we have to acknowledge that we are a transit city here. People come from outside to work, and they should have access to those resources as well. Or else we fail a whole region. We are the Bay Area. You know, I always think that we have to be planning and thinking structurally how transit plans. You know, think about it regionally. We can't operate without BART. So why aren't we planning around housing, jobs, and income as a region? And that's where I would like to see this work go. I feel that if we put our money where our mouth is and we say we're going to support additional artists, that's the message that I would like to see our governments and philanthropy and our donors step in to support this regional approach to sustaining the creative sector of the Bay Area. It is 9%, it represents 9% of the economy. So as a small margin that we represent, we have to acknowledge that we've been systemically disinvested, excluded. That is going to require deep commitment. Enough with these $10,000 grants. Enough with this $5,000, support. Thank you, but we need to think big. We need to think big and long term, because change takes time. When I came in as a director of Galería, thank you, I said we're going to find a permanent home, and it's taken us over 7 years. No one told me the type of investment because it wasn't in my toolkit to understand development. We had to do it because there was no other way. Now, if somebody asked me, step into this role, you know what that's going to mean? It means over $2 million of investment for staffing, for capacity, and we can do it, but we need that investment. We need to stop just being given little pieces of the pie. I've said this, we share a very honest dialogue with YBCA, and I said it before, teach us how to fish. Teach us how to fish. Thank you for the filet. I appreciate it, delicious. But we can sustain our own communities. We need access. And so that's why we decided to do this work, because it is not enough. Although it's a start, you said it, good is not good enough, right? It's not enough. So that's how we pivoted to this.
I'm hearing some praise, some ferocity in the audience, and I love it. Marcelo, you are nodding as well, and I know we've talked about displacement. There's also a lot here about timelines, and as the state of California gears up to do more guaranteed income work, are you moving at the pace of process? What does it mean to actually build with community? Dr. Zaya Malawa, who will be in a panel later today, called on the state to bake in 6 months to a year for this sort of work, this sort of raw, beautiful, honest dialogue that we have. Give us time, because it's not going to be easy. Marcelo, to funders in the room, to politicians, stakeholders, folks who might only see artists on a stage and nothing more, what would you like to say?
Well, if all you see is an artist on the stage, then let's start there. We need space. I think things like guaranteed income are, again, a great start, right? Obviously, we need to eat, we need to cover our bills, we need to have the basic necessities. Housing is a basic necessity. I can't do anything with $1,000 a month if I don't have a place to live.
That's right, that's right.
And I overheard the previous panel talking about, this is what happens when you start pitting certain groups against each other and prioritizing people, right? I obviously want teachers in this city. I want healthcare workers in this city. I want, first responders. We all deserve to live in the city. Artists are also all of those things. And where is our housing? I don't know. Who here can afford rent on $1,000 in this city? Nobody. And even if you could, then how am I going to eat? How am I going to pay my medical bills? How am I going to enjoy anything? You can't. And it seems like saying in a general income panel, saying, that's great, but I also need this, that, and the other, it's just the reality. And it's not saying, oh, thank you for this handout. No, it's saying, this is what I need to survive. And I think the hard thing is that this city has seen all of this displacement happen because people want to live here. And I understand that. I want to live here too, and I welcome everybody who does. But the things that make this city special are disappearing quickly. And if we want to keep those things here, then we need radical ideas to come in and take over. Because the way things are currently done is not working. And so, to people who are in charge of this policy, I ask you, how can we radically alter this course so that we don't lose the things that make this city special? Because it's not just the buildings, although they are beautiful. It's the people in those buildings. It's the people putting art on those buildings. It's people making music in those buildings, making words in those buildings. We matter. And if you believe that, then step up.
Yep.
I'm thinking of a Brisha Wade book. It's an anti-racist take on grief, and it talks about time. We all experience time differently depending on our proximity to privilege and power. And I say this because the clock is telling me 0, but I love y'all. I love this. In a few short seconds, let's bring it back to the joy that Ani named, because we're all here to create out of a place of joy. Knowing all of these conditions that exist, and knowing that we're still in the fight, let's get back to the joy. What makes you feel loved, Kevin?
Laughter makes me feel love, like sharing it. Sharing in general, sharing, resources, sharing, a story, sharing, ideas, sharing, it's just being within a space where it can really share. Because community, that's like the heart of it. That brings me joy.
Honey?
I think my intergenerational tribe is what makes me feel loved. And my partner, of course, that I do believe that stepping into that joy is a process. And as somebody that was born and raised at the border, but grew up into adulthood here in the city and county of San Francisco, it's given me that gift of magic. We love San Francisco for a reason, and I think that has been the most important piece as a human being for me, is to have my tribe. And also to be able to step into the activities that I need to, maintain my mental health in this work. One of those being gardening, and I'm gonna point out to my chanclas, because this morning I've been up since I've been up earlier, but I was on call since 7:30, rushing here, trying to get here, commuting. And I wanted to be comfortable after 20 months, and I put my shoes on to drive, forgot my shoes at home. But gardening is so key, and I think that is what we talk about. How do we provide opportunities for others to step into that joy is really a radical piece that we have to step in. Like, we all have to practice. And everything is set up for us to always sacrifice and negotiate it. And what I challenge us all is to always, even if it's a little thing every day that you do, read a little passage of a book, just sit in silence, look outside your window. That's really important, getting that support. So for me, that's my thing.
Ani's crushing it with the Birkenstocks, y'all. You can't see it from here. Marcelo, you get the beautiful last word as part of our current continuum of guaranteed income. What makes you feel loved?
I'm going to agree with Kevin and take it a step further. I love sharing food. And anyone who knows me knows I love food. So if you want to show me some love, let's go grab a bite to eat.
All right. We are open for bites to eat, conversation, gardening, laughter. Thank you all. Thank you, SFHOC. And see you later today.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, good morning, everybody. Let's get some energy in this room. You know, I feel like it's a little flat, and this is a discussion and a conversation today that is important as we talk about equity, as we talk about addressing gaps. UBI is a big piece of how we can achieve some of that equity. And UBI is not about a handout, because everybody deserves a basic level of income and opportunity to be able to take care of themselves. So I just want to start off by saying, when I think of universal basic income, I can't help but attach it to reparations. And reparations is, of course, preparing the damage that has been caused for the Black community, not only in this country, but in this city. But it's also about achieving equity and addressing the gaps that exist around wealth. And if we do everything correctly here in San Francisco with our reparations task force that is now in place, we will come out with a plan and a package and strategies that address the wealth gap that has kept us behind because of hundreds of years of free labor, that has kept us behind because people took away our ability to get an education, took away our ability to reproduce. They took away our ability to be at a level playing field. Universal basic income is just one step towards achieving reparations and opportunity to address some of these wealth gaps that exist. Here in San Francisco, we've also been able to, which is very exciting, provide a $120 million investment over the next 2 years for the Black community to address things like workforce, small business, entrepreneurship, health disparities, mass incarceration, home ownership, the things that are going to get our community to a level and equitable playing field. So I want everyone here to know that universal basic income strategies are an important piece of achieving true equity for everyone. When we have those conversations about UBI, I want people to realize and understand that this is not about providing a welfare system-like opportunity. Because here in San Francisco, as most of you know, the gaps in wealth for people who work every day, for middle-class people, is still tremendously huge. UBI is not going to solve all of those problems. It's not going to get someone who may be unhoused right now and put some money in their pocket and put them on a level playing field with a doctor or a rich corporate lawyer. We know that. But it will provide a basic level of resources for someone so that they can survive and be able to work on other things that put them in an opportunity to be productive members here in this city. We got a long way to go, and working together is how we get there. I want to appreciate everyone for tuning in this morning. We have folks from not only here in San Francisco, not only here in the state, but across the country that are tuning in to learn more about what's happening in San Francisco, what other municipalities have done around universal basic income, because it is an important topic. So I'm excited to be here. I just wanted to come out and say a few words about some of the things we're doing in San Francisco, and we're going to continue to focus. I'm excited about our Dreamkeeper initiative. I'm excited about our reparations work, and I'm excited that so many folks are tuned in, wanting to learn, wanting to be supportive, wanting to be allies, because there will be a time where we're going to need everyone to coalesce around making sure that we achieve equity through strategies like UBI and through reparations. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Good to see everyone this morning.
thank President Walton for sharing those words and those remarks. How many of you enjoyed the last panel with the artists? And I really appreciated them grounding in that last kind of closeout around what do you love and the humanity of it all. And so as we prepare and get ready to go to lunch, so lunch is upstairs in the green room, back here at 12:30 for the conversation with Mayor Breed and former Mayor Tubbs around strategies. I'm just drawn to and remember and reflect on a poem that when I was a kindergarten teacher, that I used to love. And it just represents all of the things that we kind of take for granted. And it's by a woman, the name Eloise Greenfield, who passed this year, actually. And the poem is called Honey, I Love. And there's a line in there that she says, I love a lot of things. Like my cousin comes to visit, and you know he's from the South, because every word he says just kind of slides out of his mouth. I like the way he whistles, and I like the way he walks. But honey, let me tell you that I love the way he talks. I love the way my cousin talks. And even something as simple as being able to be in the presence of your cousin and enjoy the way that they talk. The first line of that says that I love the way my cousin talks, that we're going to the country, that all of these things cost. Whether it's getting on Zoom to talk to someone, and if you have more than 2 people on Zoom and you're on there for more than 30 minutes, that's a cost, right? If you're gonna drive somewhere and go visit someone and put gas in the tank, $5 a gallon, that's a cost. If you are going to eat when you meet, if you're gonna get on public transportation, that is a cost. And so even the things that we love and enjoy so much that we say the best things in life are free, family and access and conversation, but the ability to actually get to people, whether online or cell phone or in person, there's a cost. And so we just really need to think about even the things we love sometimes. The burden of money makes it difficult for us to enjoy. So all the things that we love, we want to celebrate, and we want everyone to be able to have access to just the basic things of humanity. So we have lunch upstairs. We invite you upstairs to have lunch and to please come back down at 12:30. Thank you. All right, we're going to get right to it. So, hello, everyone. Oh, thank you, Miss Jones. Thank you. Yes, welcome back. Hopefully you enjoyed lunch from Bouge Cali. Yeah, okay. There we go. There we go. Well, I am not going to prolong this. We have two folks that do not need an introduction, and so we're going to invite Mayor Breed and Mayor Tubbs to the stage. Thank you. Give them a round of applause. Encourage them to. And as we have been talking this morning and moving forward, I'm going to give them the first question, and then they are going to move right into it. You know, there's a lot of conversation, a lot of talk about guaranteed income, universal basic income, and both of you have really done innovative approaches and tried to move with that. And so, why guaranteed income? That's where I'm going to leave it with you, and thank you all for being here.
Well, I'm going to just start by welcoming you all. Thank you so much for all the work that you continue to do to address the challenges around equity in this city. I do think we should start with Michael Tubbs because the fact is when he was the mayor of Stockton, the work that we all know he did around guaranteed income was groundbreaking. And he was highly criticized for that work, and it had a real impact on people's lives and their ability to survive. So when we think about people who are living in poverty, people who are struggling, folks who are making decisions based on how do they take care of themselves on a daily basis because of their maybe lack of funds, that is something that he understood and made a commitment, raised private dollars to make it happen, and it was transformative, and it set the tone for mayors who have committed to guaranteed income, including your mayor in San Francisco. So Mayor Tubbs, welcome. And let's hear about what made you start this program.
Well, first, Mayor Breed, it's always good to see you, and thank you so much for having me. I love San Francisco, and I was looking at the program, and I've talked to many cities, over 60, but I think San Francisco probably has the most different number of programs around the guaranteed income moving, and I think, yeah, clap for that, that's a good thing. From Black folks to trans folks to young people to pregnant people, et cetera, and I think it goes to show that no matter who you are, a little bit of cash, a little bit of income floor is helpful. And sort of the inspiration for guaranteed income really came from lived experience. I know as you speak about your lived experience often that poverty wasn't something I studied at Stanford, it was something I lived. My mother, she was a teenager when she had me, so I remember opening the refrigerator and seeing a block of cheese. And that's it, because it was government cheese. I remember seeing how stressed she was going to check cashing places because she needed money to pay the bills. I remember how anxious and sometimes angry and tired she was. And she was never lazy. She worked so hard, literally worked herself to death, worked herself to bad health outcomes, but still at the end of the month, it was hard to make ends meet. And I realized when I was mayor that that story wasn't singular, that sadly for the vast majority of people in my community, that was an issue. And then Dr. King, before he passed, his last book talked about the guaranteed income as a way to abolish poverty. And given the issues in Stockton, but also issues nationally, I thought it was important as a mayor to really make poverty an issue, to really make the fact that we have, really question the fact, why do we allow poverty, and make everyone uncomfortable in terms of what can we do to abolish it? Why should anyone live with lack? Why should anyone live stressed? Why should anyone be anxious? And why should anyone be working and still not be able to afford rent? So that was the motivation behind the guaranteed income work.
Yeah, and I think, that's probably why we bonded, because it had a lot to do with lived experience. And especially, I'll be honest, as someone who had to stand in lines to get food with my grandmother in our push cart, as a kid, especially when I became a teenager, I was like really embarrassed and rebelled and acted out because of not wanting to do things that I had no choice but to do. And I know it, with people who volunteer to hand out food and do great things for the community, I know that oftentimes, from my perspective, I know it makes you feel good to do that. But then there's something about the person who's standing in line and wanting to allow them to pick out their own food, to pick out what it is that they want for their own families, to be able to go into the store and not have to pull out food stamps and use an EBT card or WIC vouchers, of all these things where you are forced to use this, where everybody's looking at you a certain kind of way, even if they have the same programs. It's like, let's make it easier for people. Let's make it easier to allow people the dignity to decide for themselves what they will spend their money on and take away that stigma that's attached to all these social programs. You know, I think that's really why this program really resonated with me, because I felt like if we could just get money in the hands of the right people, maybe they won't go down the wrong path, or maybe they won't end up, you know, prostituting themselves I mean, these are stories from my personal lives of what people did to get money to take care of themselves. And then on the flip side of that, getting to know all these people who care about making a difference, who are donating to all these nonprofit organizations, and then that's not always transitioning or translating to the people that we're trying to serve.
Yeah, absolutely, and I appreciate what you said about dignity, because I was talking to someone last week, and I said, when we talk about universal basic income, when we talk about guaranteed income, we're talking about universal basic dignity. We're talking about giving people the agency and the ability to decide for themselves what they need. And I know you realize this as mayor. I remember when I was mayor, I realized I'm not smart enough to think of everyone's problems. I'm not smart enough to figure out how every single one of my constituents would need $500, because sometimes it's the rent, sometimes it's milk, but sometimes it's a toothache. Sometimes it's your cousin who needs help. There's all these different ways people.
Sometimes it's some shoes.
Yeah, sometimes it's a good outfit.
Everybody has to have some shoes and socks. And how does that make you feel when you walk out the house and you got some new shoes and socks on? It just basic stuff that so many people take for granted.
It's absolutely, and now what I appreciate about sort of the work you're leading in San Francisco and what's happening nationally is that we're really calling into question the fact that we don't have a problem giving some people money. Some people get a lot of money with no strings attached. Some people get bailouts every recession, and some people get bailouts every crisis, and it's only when we talk about people who are struggling, only when we talk about black people, only when we talk about women, only when we talk about immigrants, is when how they gonna spend the money? We gotta make sure they do this, they gotta fill this out and fill this out. And I was talking to a CEO the other day, and I said, this is as American pie. Just like we gave your industry money, no strings attached, no questions asked, to make sure you guys could survive through the pandemic, we want to do the same thing for our people, because that's what really makes a community. It's the people.
Yeah, and I think part of it is just really trusting people to be the best judge of what they believe they need. And also getting rid of the stigma and also the judgment around what people decide to spend their money on. So here in San Francisco, the reason why I have not said a blanketed, everyone, of a certain age or demographic gets money is because it has had a lot to do with looking at the data. Looking at the data, because we know what the data says, right? We look at the data, we talk about the data, we see disproportionately how, sadly, African Americans are represented in the data. But then when we talk about the change, and let's be honest, then it becomes, we're gonna do something for the minority community, right? And it's like, well, wait a minute. Are all minorities, disproportionately impacted by homelessness? Disproportionately impacted by infant mortality rates or a number of the other issues? Let's look at who is specifically being challenged in that category and make that investment for universal income in the hope that we'll see transformation for that population. And one of the first projects that we were able to commit to in San Francisco is the Abundant Birth Project, providing African American and Samoan mothers with $1,000 a month, no strings attached. Because this is a population that represents less than 4% of the births in San Francisco, but 15% of babies who die in childbirth. And something's wrong there when kids are born prematurely with a number of health issues and dying in childbirth, and mothers, in fact, in some instances, are struggling. So what can we do about that, right? What can we do? And we notice a common denominator here, poverty. Poverty was a common denominator. It's maybe no access to health insurance and not a clear understanding of how you sign up for that health insurance. And so part of what we're trying to do with a number of these initiatives is target the specific population who needs the support, and not there to judge, but there to support, there to help. and they're to hope that some of these resources will turn things around.
100%, and part of it is the realization, as you mentioned, that people aren't the problem, policy is. People aren't the problem, poverty is. People aren't the problem. It's the systems, and it's the way we allocate resources, it's the way we enact policies, it's the way in which we have organized our society. And I think that's what's so powerful about mayors like you, about the programs happening here. It's saying, no, we have agency over this. This is not inevitable.
Yeah.
It's not inevitable that Black and Samoan women should be disproportionately giving birth to babies who die. It's not inevitable that people of color, Black folks, should be struggling. It's not. And what's also powerful is we know that cash unlocks so much.
Yes.
Like, you give people cash, they'll do more than you could think. I remember in Stockton being surprised at the data where it came out, because everyone would say you'll give people money, they're not going to work. And what we found is that just by giving people money, those who had the guaranteed income were 2 times more likely to go from part-time jobs to full-time jobs than those who didn't. And people were like, why is that? And I was like, well, they have money for childcare now. They have money to get the car fixed. They have money to get their uniform cleaned. They have money to make the choices necessary to take time off their part-time job to go take a risk and interview for a full-time job. And that's what's so special about this moment. And I remember being on those calls with you around COVID and thinking about sort of what we're going to do for all our people who want to work but can't, who want to go to work but it's not healthy and safe for them to do so. And I just really, again, appreciate the leadership you've shown even in the pandemic to say, let's get the virus under control, but let's not forget about people.
Yes.
Let's think about how we're going to make sure people emerge stronger from this than before.
Yeah, and it continues to be a challenge because, again, you know, when you focus on a particular population, there's another population that's like, well, what about us? What about us? And part of it can't be what about us. It has to be dealing with those various challenges simultaneously. And in fact, one of the things that you mentioned about being able to participate in, you know, a program or something that's going to help you better your life, oftentimes some of the programs that we used to offer in the city and county of San Francisco, starting with maybe City Build, where those who were fortunate enough to participate and finish City Build were able to get great paying construction jobs, but there was never a stipend attached to the program until more recently, and we just increased that stipend because I didn't want money to be a barrier to someone who is showing up. How are you getting there? How are you paying for transportation? How are you eating every day? How are you covering your home expenses? How are you living when you're at this program all day, you're giving it your all, you with the hope of getting something, but in the meantime, you know, you don't have family at home who can give you money to help you get through this. So what are you doing? And this is the experience I had when I was at the African American Art and Culture Complex, where we had kids in these programs, and sadly, they were still committing acts that ended up landing them in juvenile hall. And we started paying our kids, and people were like, why are you paying kids to be in programs? And I said, I'm not paying kids to be in programs. I'm making sure that they don't feel that they got to go out and do some of the things that they're doing that land them in the wrong place. So here's some money. We're feeding them, and I see Nate here and the work he does with the Rec and Park Now and the Rebels and other things. It's like about understanding the need of that kid and that family, and how do we make sure that money isn't a barrier to helping them get on the right path. So if you're asking them to show up every day, you got to make sure they're fed, or their minds may not work where they can focus on what they're learning. You got to make sure they're not worrying about money, because honestly, you know how cruel kids can be. So, you know, like school clothes, we had to buy school clothes for kids. We had to do, like, I raised private monies to do things for children where I was being questioned about what I was spending our money on in terms of trying to help support the kids that we didn't want to end up on the wrong side of the tracks.
Yeah,
So,
and to your point, in our capitalist society, cash is a proxy for so much. That if you don't have money, you can't participate. You can't socialize. You can't go out. You can't enjoy life. You're stressed. You're anxious. And one of the biggest findings that surprised me from the basic income pilot in Stockton was that those who received the guaranteed income had stress levels that were normal. versus those who didn't, who had elevated stress levels. In fact, the delta between where people started before they got the extra $500 and where they ended up was as high as clinical trials of Prozac, which doesn't mean that medicine and mental health isn't important, but it does mean that a lot of the sickness we see, a lot of the stress, a lot of the anxiety is because people are stressed about money. And particularly being in San Francisco, it reminds me of the fact that there's a lot of money.
A lot.
Like, there's no scarcity. Like we're not talking about we're talking about not even a finite resource. We're talking about something that there's an abundance of. And it's about how do we give everyone not luxury, but the necessities. Why would we not want to live in a society where everyone has a floor? I think that you mentioned kids being cruel. I think as a society, it's incredibly cruel to allow people to have nothing and to be okay with that, to allow people to struggle and be anxious and be unhappy and be okay with that when we have the means to do it. And I think that's why sort of guaranteed income is so important. I know you're supposed to ask the questions, but I actually have one for you that I've been meaning to ask you.
Sure.
About.
I thought we were just chopping.
No, but I am very interested in sort of the guaranteed income for trans people, particularly given everything in the news about the trans community and sort of being targeted, et cetera. How did you guys come up with that? How is that going?
Yeah, well, the community actually came up with it. And so when I first came to office, Claire Farley, who runs our Office of Transgender Initiatives, a lot of the work collaboratively that they have been doing around, the disparities that exist with this community, almost more than any other community that we work with in San Francisco, homelessness, employment, and also assault and violence in terms of people who are assaulting them for who they are and who they love. It's just, it was criminal and frustrating for me and wanting to do more. And I met with the community, and when we were talking about the budget and what they wanted to see, I tried to make whatever could happen that could happen. I'm like, sure, let's try to make it happen. Let's put the money in the budget for it because we know what the data says. We know what the data says, so if this investment is gonna make a difference, let's make a difference. And part of it is you gotta trust the community that is asking for it. It's not about just my idea, it's about the people living it and experiencing it and providing me with the feedback of the program that they want to see. Because, I'm not living in everyone's world. I'm not experiencing what everyone is experiencing, but one of the things that I can't help but remember is living most of my life in poverty and how terrible that felt when you were rolling pennies and, you guys probably don't roll pennies anymore, but when you were rolling pennies and doing the kinds of things and honestly embarrassed to go into the store with food stamps, that messes with a person. And so for me, I want to change that. And that's why when people like Attica with the fire department who come to you with an idea about how do we get our kids in the fire department, I'm gonna start a program. I'm like, let's do it. Let's start that program. Let's get it done. And all those kids are coming from a lot of the low-income neighborhoods who are training and went through this program, and we paid them. We paid them a stipend to get them focused, and the goal is to get them hired by the fire department here in San Francisco. So I think part of my desire is to just not see people left behind. And yes, there are people with challenges. There's a lot of, substance use disorder and mental health issues and other things that we have to deal with, but we can't neglect those who really also need just a helping hand where they can also live independently and make their own decisions if we provide that level of support. We're doing it with artists. I used to run an arts organization. And I know artists, they lost their jobs, they weren't performing, and just imagine, and I know some of the artists in the city, they get paid by cash, and but it's not as if they have reliable money coming in. It's like they're lucky if they're getting a few gigs a month, and this is their livelihood and how they pay their rent and how they live, and just imagine all of that stopped. Hairdressers, barbershops, nail salons, everything stops, and then the government takes forever to give you some money, and you don't know, you're like a paycheck away from being homeless, and you don't know where that's coming from. Like, that is what we're dealing with, and why having this as a way to help people, to support people is so important to me. And listening to the communities that bring these ideas to my attention, if I really believe in it and believe in the effectiveness of it, I'm going for it, whether it means using city resources or raising private dollars, because I know what it's going to mean for the person that ends up doing something great with their life because of what we've been able to do to get them ready for those opportunities. Everything is in them to do this great work. How do we make sure that money is not the barrier to success in people's lives?
And you mentioned this earlier, but I think what's particularly powerful is the fact that we have such a dysfunctional federal government that's calling on mayors, community organizations, individuals within communities to really assert themselves in terms of, oh, this is what's needed. This is what's necessary. We don't care what's been done in the past. We don't care what the critics say. We don't care what conventional wisdom is. Like, this is a very dire need. It's been so inspiring to see people say, we can trust people with money. And I think that's what we've been talking about a lot this conversation, this idea of trust, that we trust people to vote for us. We trust people to take care of it. We can trust people because people are people. And I remember when we were first doing the Stockton pilot, people would ask me, I would get these questions all the time from I remember Sarah Palin tweeted me and Chuck Woolery, whoever, I didn't know who he was, but my mom did. And they were upset because they were like, well, where are they going to spend the money on? And I was like, I'm pretty sure they're going to spend the money like how I spend money because they're people. So they're going to buy some food, they're going to take care of some bills, they might buy a new outfit, they might get a Halloween costume, and that's okay. And sort of the biggest selling point was in the Stockton data was that folks spent money just like that. They spent money on food. I had no idea how hungry people in my community were. 40% of that money was spent on food. And we're in an agricultural breadbasket. It was spent on utilities. It was spent on childcare. And less than 1% was spent on drugs and alcohol. So I would joke with people and say, I bet you if we audited the bailout money, if we audited the 2017 Trump's tax cuts, more of that money, I guarantee more of that money was spent on drugs and alcohol than the guaranteed income money you're giving to trans people or the guaranteed income money you're giving to the people in the Dream Keepers program. And I think we're laughing, but it's tragic irony, right? Like the fact that we live in a society where we value a person's intelligence, their worth, their capacity to make decisions, their humanity based on how much they make. Well, we know that money in this country isn't a proxy for intelligence, it's a proxy for privilege oftentimes. It's a proxy for institutional hundreds of years of extraction, land theft, slavery, genocide, human trafficking, et cetera. And I'll shut up now, but that's what's so exciting to me about this moment is that we're really proving that capitalism has to work for everyone.
Yes.
And part of it is giving everyone a floor so they can build themselves up, they can buy boots so they can pull themselves up by their bootstraps.
Yeah, and I'll be clear, like I grew up in a community where a lot of people committed crime, sold drugs, and did things for money, including my whole family. Do you think they wanted to do that? Do you think they wanted to spend the rest of their lives in jail or get caught up in this world? Of course not. No one wants that. And so when we talk about, criminal justice reform, the whole point of what we're trying to do is make sure they never even reach the criminal justice system. And that is my mindset because everyone's always saying, well, what can I do? What can I do? And it's like, this is part of what we can do. Universal guarantee income is what we can do to really change and save people's lives, which will also cut back in some ways on certain crimes and things that occur. Because that's really the challenge we face. And so as far as I'm concerned, and I know we need to wrap it up, I'm not going to deviate from what I believe is the right thing to do. We'll continue to make these investments. And I will also say, to everyone who's involved in this work, it's important work. It's important work. Every dollar that we spend or provide to someone is a dollar that's going to transform and save somebody's life. This work is so important, and we can't take it for granted, and we got to do everything we can to make sure that we're reaching people who we know need it. And the last thing I'm going to say is, if you don't need it, don't take it. Because I've had people who I know didn't need this money. And I was very angry and had some really tense conversations. But if you don't need it and you're not a starving artist, there are so many people that we could be supporting with these dollars. So just be fair about what we are trying to do here. And we're trying to make sure that we're getting to those people that we know need this money. It's so important. And let's keep it up. Let's keep continuing it. Thank you, Mayor Tubbs, for being here. Once a mayor, always a mayor. So I know he's in Hollywood now. He rubbing elbows with all the stars, you know. Y'all saw his movie, right? He's in Hollywood on HBO and everything. But you know what? Talking about consistently. Thank you, Felicia. He's consistently talking about how you take care of people, how do you deal with poverty, and that is something that I know he genuinely cares about, which is why we're grateful to have him here today in San Francisco. So thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Here we go.
Give them a huge round of applause for their boldness, their innovation, their commitment, and doing more than just talking. So grateful. You know, they talked about their lived experience, and one of the things that I'm excited about is this next panel is going to talk about really just what Mayor Breed was ending on. This idea of pay it forward is the next panel, which is going to highlight partners from Hope SF, our public housing development, as well as Orlando White from LinkedIn, as well as a young person who participated in that program. And really the power of connecting not just money, but mentors and support and relationships. I think it was said earlier by one of the other speakers around relational poverty, right? And I think I was talking to Attica yesterday with the mayor about City EMT and the work that you're doing, and we were talking a lot about how it is about the relationships and that what makes the difference in a lot of these programs, and Kevin hit on that as well, talking about Miracle Money and talking about the Miracle Message. The work that they're doing is about building relationships, about making people feel seen and feel valued, and so we put that monetary piece on it, but how do we make sure that we're also doing the social capital? Like, let's not forget about that networking that some folks have already that can afford to work and do an internship for free because they have social capital and networks and ability to do that work. And so now we have Dr. Saida Leah Tutufu Birch, who will introduce and talk more about her panel. So give it up for Saida and the Pay It Forward panel. Oh, you can do better than that. That was a...
Wait, where y'all going? I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm honored and privileged to be here amongst such esteemed colleagues and panelists. As Director Davis said, my name is Dr. Saida Leah Tutufu Birch, and I'm the moderator for this panel today. In front of you, to my left, we have Marquise Gray, who serves as the Director of Community Life and Development for Hope SF. Oh, thank you, ma'am. We have Brianna Frierson, who was or is a young person who participates in the Pay It Forward program. And then we also have Orlando White, who is the head of community development for Northern California LinkedIn. And so throughout the day, we've heard different strategies on economic inclusion, guaranteed income, universal basic income, unconditional cash transfers. And so we're here today to talk a little bit about how that lands in community and how we implement that. And so one of the things when we think about wealth, or when folks generally think about wealth, we automatically turn to finances. What we seldom consider is the social aspects of wealth and the connections that are necessary in order to attain that wealth. If we think back historically to the institution of slavery, folks who were enslaved were destroyed not only physically, not only mentally, but emotionally, spiritually, educationally. So it is impossible to think about when we want to grow wealth for communities, specifically Black communities and brown communities, that we must think about the whole picture and think about wealth holistically. So Pay It Forward was an initiative, a pilot initiative for young people who live across the Hope SF communities, and it was an effort to advance their socioeconomics, and to do that through connecting them with who we call social impact agents. And those social impact agents were people predominantly of color who had access to resources, and not only access to resources, but decisions over those material resources. And so these social impact agents, and you'll hear from some of them today, agreed that I'm going to use my position of power to take a young person and show them everything that I know, to mentor them, to give them the connections that I have, because somebody connected me. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that. And with that, we'll open it up to the panel. So I've already described Pay It Forward, and I'd love to hear from each of you. Can you briefly describe how social connections or mentorship played a role in your economic advancement? And we'll start with Marquise.
Absolutely. Can you guys hear me? A mic check? Didn't do a mic check. Good to be here. Thank you, Dr. Sai. Good to see you all. And so for me, why I got involved with Pay It Forward, and I think about my journey to the mayor's office. I see a lot of colleagues in the room. I started my journey at Chalk when I was 16 years old as an outreach worker and just doing community work on the ground, working with young people. And when I think about where I am today, I'm not where I am today without mentors, without leaders. Hence the name Pay It Forward, right? When we discuss it. So I kind of have the dual role of being a co-creator with Dr. Sai and Brother Jerry and creating the program, as well as becoming one of the first agents, if you will. And it's pretty simple. Like once we made it, getting a city job was a big deal growing up. Like I was like, man, you get a city job, that's gold standard, if you will. And it's like, what good is it if I get there without sharing that knowledge with my folks and my community and young people and again, paying it forward. And so we've heard the saying before, it's not necessarily what you know, it's who you know, right? And so just wanting to be that resource, that connection, that bridge to young folks. So that was my commitment and my reason to be a part of it.
And Brianna?
Yes. It helped me, honestly, a lot, just being able to hear from a mentor and be mentored. I am a young adult as well still, so hearing from a mentor on how I can grow myself, how I can grow as a brand, how I can grow in careers, it was truly a great experience to just know that I have someone who is willing to lift me up, who's willing to put me in a position where I can know better, I can learn more, and I can grow and just keep leveling up all the time.
Level up. Thank you, Brianna.
Yeah, I think, for myself, mentors radically shifted not only my career trajectory, but also the way in which I saw myself. I'm originally from Washington, D.C., and I moved to California in 2015. What's interesting, though, about my journey is that from kindergarten all the way to the 12th grade, every single one of my teachers was white. And during that period, I can remember teachers telling me I'm not a good student. I remember being in, I think I was like in Algebra 1, and a student had come in asking for homework help, and he was in trigonometry, and I can remember my math teacher, when we asked, oh, what was he coming to ask about? She's like, oh, he's in trigonometry. You all would never be in trigonometry. So then I assumed, oh, I must not be good at math. And I can remember being in my guidance counselor's office, and she's looking at my transcript, and she's telling me, oh, I don't think you're ready for a 4-year degree. I don't think you're ready to go to a 4-year university. I think you should actually take a gap year. I think you should go to community colleges, which are great paths. But what she was telling me was that I wasn't enough. And mentors, when I graduated from high school, I went to school at Howard University, and from that point, mentors became not just a way for me to actually see the path ahead of me, but also a way to actually remove the barriers that were placed on me. The barriers that told me that I wasn't good, that I wasn't smart, that I wasn't a student, that I wasn't ready for a 4-year degree. I graduated Howard with a 3.7. You know what I mean? So it's oh, thank you. And I think mentors play a fundamental role in changing the way we see ourselves and seeing us for who we really are, for who we were made to be.
Thank you. I want to put a pin in something that Orlando said related to your experience and the teachers that you have not being culturally congruent. And so we all may be familiar with the saying, it takes money to make money. Well, it takes a lot of money to breed a lot of money, and it takes little money to breed a lot of little money, right? And so one of the efforts with Pay It Forward was to be very intentional about having the social impact agents be culturally congruent to the students, to the young people that they were serving, to the young people that they were mentoring. We wanted to dispel any myth that said that being young, black and brown in high places in leadership positions did not exist, because this panel is representative of young black and brown folks who are in leadership positions, who have the necessary connections to reach out and to support and to mentor young folks like Brianna. So thank you for alluding to that. And so on that, shifting to the investment, I want to talk to you, Keith, about as a city representative. And so you mentioned that you played an early role in co-designing the Pay It Forward initiative, and you also represent the mayor's office, the Hope SF initiative. So can you speak a little bit to why it's important to invest civically and why it was important for the mayor's office to back an initiative of this sort?
Yeah, for sure. That's a good question. So as we were designing this initiative, Hope SF, for those that don't know, real quickly, is 4 sites across the southeast side of the city: Sunnydale, Double Rock, West Point, and Potrero Hill. I know we got some representatives in the house from Hope SF. Shout out to the young people, Marion, Alejandra, got Monica here from Hope SF. So these 4 sites, historically disinvestment, lack of resources. And so I had the honor and privilege to work alongside Dr. Sai, my former mentor, my impact agent, Theo Miller, who many of you know. And, you know, a lot of our work was about how to fill voids, how to create initiatives or seed programs that don't exist. And so when it went to the point of why it's important for the mayor's office to invest in this, from my experience, I was an at-risk youth when I was a young person. I went to Ida B. Wells High School in Fillmore and had a tough journey, if you will. And so there's a lot of resources and programs for youth at risk, you know, youth in the justice involved and things of that nature, which is great. And again, I'm a product of those programs. What we weren't seeing, though, was what about the young people that are on track? What about the young people like Orlando who is ready to go to a 4-year university? Where's the investment in the resources for those young people? And when we saw in Hope SF, the resume or the reputation of Hope SF was, again, system, you know, violence and things of that nature. But what we know from being on the ground and being in community, again, we have a great leader, Monica, right in front. There's amazing young people, young champions here right now that are doing great work, that are on track, that maybe not be system involved. What about them? Can we invest in those young people as well? Not saying disinvest in the system involved stuff, but can we put an extra amount of resources or a pot of funds, if you will, that are not currently being invested in our young people? So we took that challenge on, me and you, and went to our superiors and asked for, you know, some dollars to say, look, can we invest in young people that are on track? And so I really, we saw that a lot of young people, I want to say this lastly, in my experience in working with young people, that oftentimes we put the investment in, young people get to college, but what about them finishing? Right? I saw, unfortunately, in my experience, that a lot of times when young people were getting to college, but not finishing. They were going off and we were excited about the send-off, but what about the intention on following them all the way through the 2 years or the 4 years of their college experience? So really just kind of filling the void was one of the main things for the mayor's office, and seeding something that was innovative that we didn't see anyone else doing at the time. Those were the main points when we jumped in.
Thank you for that, Keith. And And I know when we say at risk, what we really mean is at potential, right? So the potential is here. We may live in environments that pose high-risk situations, but really what it took, this effort for Pay It Forward, was to see the potential, recognize the potential, and value the potential in the young people that we know and love. And so I want to shift over to the private side. So Pay It Forward built on LinkedIn's campaign. LinkedIn launched a campaign just before the pandemic, a +1 campaign that said every one of us is one connection away from thriving. Every one of us is one connection away from attaining our career goal. And so we wanted to build on that with this effort. And so I want to move over to Orlando and talk a little bit about the private sector's role. Can you share with us what is the private sector's role, if any, in supporting career exposure and advancement for a growing local talent pipelines like Brianna?
Yeah, well, because it matters and because we have to. And, you know, like I said, I'm not from here, and these companies aren't from here either, right? And so we're all guests. And I think part of being a responsible company is understanding that you are a part of a community. And so from the moment I started at LinkedIn, you know, I had a really clear mission. Like, I want to understand and know San Francisco. Like, I want to know this city. I want to know the people that are here. I want to know the people that actually made this all that it is. And so I can remember being at booths at, like, Black Family Day. I don't know how many of y'all remember those, but, like, I used to be at Black Family Days and, like, you know, being at meetings at the mayor's office and being at career fairs and really trying to talk and educate people about the roles that exist because it's important and it matters, but also because when you have a role in a tech company, that can fundamentally shift your financial outcomes, not just for yourself, but also for your family, right? Like when you're able to actually get a livable wage and you're getting stock and, you know, you're getting equity. I mean, those are, and we've talked about this, Dr. Sai, like those are life-shifting things that can allow you to purchase a home, to, you know, have a car, to actually have a fridge that's full of food, right? And so it absolutely matters. And, you know, when we think about the LinkedIn platform in itself, you know, there's 774 million people that are on LinkedIn, over 60 million companies that are hiring. And what I think is so special about what you all did with Pay It Forward, to the point around we're all just one connection away, you all brought that to the local level and you found a network of culturally competent social impact agents to actually be the ones who can actually do what we intend to do virtually. But you all did that in person, which was connect young people with the people that they need to be connected to actually land those roles, land those jobs that they want. And so even with my own involvement in Pay It Forward, I had a mentee, Keontae, you know what I mean? And he would tell me, hey, I'm thinking about starting my own business. And he would tell me about it, and I was able to connect him in real time with someone that I knew in the field that he was interested in. And it really just kind of drives the point home for all of us who may be on the LinkedIn platform is to kind of allow your network to be malleable, right? And so when a young person reaches out to you and sends you a note, like, be open to connecting with them and offering up that support, because that's really, in addition to, you know, all of us needing the right skills and the right experience, but the network, right? Who we know is really what we know plays a tremendous difference in someone landing that job. And so we were proud to be a part of the Pay It Forward effort because you all were doing locally what we hope to do globally. So thank you.
Thank you for that. And you mentioned equity, and many of us are familiar with equity in terms of doing the work to ensure that everyone has a fair opportunity and access. But in the context of economic inclusion, I want to put a pin in equity in terms of finances and how equity grows financial wealth. And I want to specifically shout out, I see the Director of Workforce, Director Arce from the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. Him and his team are working diligently with tech companies to push our tech companies to not only just create career pathways, but ensure when folks come into those career pathways that the benefits package includes stake in the industry. Because we know that the stocks, we saw it during the pandemic, that people made millions of dollars in the stock market. And so how do we grant access to the people that our workforce system ecosystem is serving so that they have actual tangible share in that equity as well as the intangible equity in terms of access. So just wanted to highlight that. Now I'm going to come to you, Brianna, because you are still in communication with your social impact agent mentor. And so can you tell us, or can you describe for us how that relationship has contributed to your socioeconomic advancement?
Yes. I'm not gonna lie, going through this program, and I'm gonna say this and stick by it, I think I had the best social impact agent.
Got 2 agents right here.
I know. And I say that because I was one of the older people in the program. So I wasn't in high school, I wasn't in college, I had graduated college, and yet my social impact agent, she was still able to help me.
Can we just pause, like graduated college? Thank you.
Thank you.
You just said that flippantly, like I graduated college, like check.
But something that Marquise said earlier is the way that you pour into students and children and youth who are on the right path. So for me, it was cool. I got a degree. Now what? I got a good job. Now what? And it's, you know, when you just feel like you said, you're checking off those boxes, but you don't really know what's going on. So having a mentor who was in their career, who was willing to like really pour into me and be like, look, I know you don't know everything. I know you don't have everything, but I'm willing to help you. It definitely helped me, like redoing my resume. My resume probably sounded like I was still in high school, to be honest, while I was just adding on different jobs, but making sure that everything flowed correctly, being able to redo that, having someone invested not into what your career goals are, but just your life, your mental health, what your goals are, not just in career, but what your goals are in life. Like, it was a really big impact to me. And then being able, when the program was over, my mentor was like, hey, I know it's over, but if you are still willing to talk to me, I'm still willing to talk to you. So having a program that not just gave me a mentor for the time of that program, but somebody who was willing to invest in my life even afterwards was like really great.
Shout out to Robin, if you're tuning in. She just gave you major love. I'm going to stay with you, Brianna. So now we're going to get into the economics part. Pay It Forward offered guaranteed cash transfers every month, so in the amount of $200 per month. And why $200 per month over 12 months is because if the young person would have accumulated $2,400. And so research told us that 50% of San Franciscans didn't have $400 to cover an emergency. And so this $2,400 would have already put the Pay It Forward participants ahead of San Francisco who didn't have money for an emergency. And so with that, the $200 per month, tell us, how did that contribute to your life, your quality of life, if at all?
It contributed greatly. So I still had a full-time job, so I wasn't struggling for money, but also, we all know, like, emergencies come up, random things come up. Sometimes if you're me, when I was at work and you had to take that mandatory PTO, I was like, no, I want to keep my PTO. So it helped in that way. Or if an emergency came up, for instance, during the program, one of my cars actually broke down, got stranded. And because I was also saving that money and putting that into a savings account, I was able to get a new car. I was able, not to just, okay, we're going back to step one, we're on the bus, we're walking, we're trying to figure out how to navigate through this. I was able within a month to, using that money as well as other savings, to get a new car, which I wouldn't have done had I not been getting $200 a month. Or if someone in my community needed help with groceries, I was able to be like, I have extra money. And we're often told, I don't know if you guys have been told, but I've been told that there is no such thing as extra money. So being able to get another check, it was like, this is my chance to help somebody else out as well. This is a chance where this is just a fund that you can save, you can help others. This can be used for an emergency. It was just good to have extra money a month, or to know, I think some months I would be like, oh, I forgot to pick up a check, so I got people calling me. I'm like, ooh, I needed that to go here, or ooh, I needed that for this specific thing. If you ever had car trouble and your car break down, randomly, having that extra fund, because that's not something that we think about all the time, so it was really great.
Can I also highlight real quick, that's something that's important when we talk about the term I think we used was unconditional transfer, right? I want to highlight the fact that we really didn't ask the young people, such as Brianna and many others that we have, to do much. Oftentimes, and a lot of us are in the city, no city programs, you got to go to 5 different trainings, you got to do different, jump through a lot of hoops to get the different resources. And so we made it a point to say, these young people are already busy, full-time jobs, school, whatever the case may be. Can we give them the money without making them do 7 meetings this month? Can they just do one 30-minute connection with their mentor? And that's all it was, really, 30-minute, a minimum 30 minutes, some maybe longer, depending on how good your mentor was. Maybe it was an hour or whatever, but the minimum was just 30-minute connection via Zoom, because it was during the pandemic, 30-minute connection, and that was pretty much it. Nothing extra on top of that, or, don't come, if a panel comes up, come holler at us or whatever. But other than that, it was pretty simple.
Yeah, and what's dope and what she said was the cash transfers were not only beneficial to her, but also beneficial to others, right? Like it's almost like the abundance allows you to then be supportive and provide for others, you know what I mean, that are in your surroundings. So that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Dope. And I think that highlights what we heard Mayor Tubbs say earlier about, typically when funders fund, there's this inclination to define what quality of life means. But we don't control what quality of life means. I mean, Brianna could have decided to get her nails done and her hair done. If that means that it improved her self-esteem, or I should speak in I statements, if I was a young person, I could have decided to get my hair done and nails done, and if that improved my self-esteem so that I can go outside and not feel depressed and have people see that I'm confident, then that's my quality of life and my decision. And so that just highlights what Mayor Tubbs said about, if we audited big business, we would see that more of that money was spent on drugs and alcohol than when we give unconditional cash transfers to people who just want to live day to day or have extra money in their pocket. So thank you for highlighting that. I want to come back to you, Keith. Speaking of the efforts that are going on across the nation and in this city specifically, given your role with Hope SF and in the mayor's office, what can San Francisco do, such a resource-rich city, to grow the socioeconomic trajectory for our folks?
It's a big question. I'm gonna need your help on this.
I will help you.
But I mean, I think on a simple side of things, I think the city needs to continue to invest in our young people that are going off to college, that are on their kind of career trajectory. I used to say this from, again, my previous, as I was saying earlier, young people shouldn't have to get in trouble to get help, to get the resources, to get a case manager or a mentor, you know what I'm saying? We shouldn't have to, and I remember you've been there from working at YCD to Hope SF, where young people have told us that. It feels like I have to get in trouble to get the help. Well, I really think it's important for the mayor's office, for HRC, groups like Hope SF to continue to invest and make it a priority to not just send youth to college, but to see them through college till they come back, like Brianna, who's graduated and is figuring things out now. And so, just being alongside them along the way and along the journey, making that commitment. I think we have an amazing mayor, Mayor Bree, who we just heard speak and speak to some of these challenges. Yeah, we could clap it up for Mayor Bree, right? We have a strong leader in Mayor Breed and Director Davis and yourself, Dr. Sai, that I think are leading the way. So in some ways, it's just kind of follow y'all lead, you know what I mean, as y'all keep doing your thing. And Dream Keepers Initiative is killing it right now. So just let's keep investing. Let's keep pouring in, as Brianna said. Let's keep pouring into our young people.
Yeah, I think that's an important statement that you mentioned in terms of follow y'all lead. When we think about folks who are the most marginalized or envisioned as the most vulnerable, how often do we as systems leaders, as city leaders, follow their lead, right? And I was in a meeting this morning where somebody said, just shut up and listen. Just shut up and listen to the people that look like us, that are from where we're from, that represent where we represent. And so to echo on you, that intentional investment. So I think we've seen some of that intentionality in efforts like the Dream Keeper Initiative. But I also want to highlight the Dream Keeper Initiative would not be necessary if the city did what it was supposed to be doing in the first place. Like, we wouldn't need to carve out specific funds for the Black community if we as city government, and I'm including myself in that because I represent city government, if we did what we were supposed to do on behalf of the Black community anyway. That's right. And so how are we thinking more intentionally, thinking longer term, thinking not doing equity work, financial equity and racial equity work as a subset of what we're already starting to of what we're doing, but how are we weaving it into the fabric of our organizations? And so thank you for that, Keith. Similar question to Orlando on the tech industry.
Yep.
The tech industry is a love-hate relationship with San Francisco and represents a significant portion of the Bay Area's economy. In what ways can the private sector, specifically tech, advance income equity for historically marginalized communities?
Yeah, and that's a big question. I would actually love to hear what y'all have to think about that, have to say about that as well. You know, I think hiring is incredibly important and has to be at the foundation. And so, you know, in my role leading community development, my work kind of manifests with being able to support really incredible nonprofits that are working to train and, you know, support San Francisco residents. Recently, we've begun internally connecting those dots with our recruiting teams, right, to make sure that the organizations that we're funding actually speaking directly to the people who are hiring for the roles that we need filled, and so making sure that we're connecting those dots on that piece. But more to the platform, we've done a few things, and we're continuing to prioritize equity across our company in the way that we design and build our platform. One is being able to hide profile pictures, right, and give folks you know, the ability to control who can actually see their photos. We've added things like gender pronouns and name pronunciation to make it more of an inclusive site. But I think, you know, and I think my company would articulate this as well, that we have a very, very, very long way to go. And equity isn't something that just happens up and down, right? It also happens across, and it has to be a change in culture. And even someone who's been there for 6.5 years, right? Like, I'm still finding my way, especially when I look at, you know, some of our, the distance that we still have to go in terms of getting where we need to go. But you said something that really connected with me around there shouldn't have to be a separate initiative to actually make these things happen. They should just be a part of our culture, a part of how we operate and how we function. And yeah, we just have a long way to go.
Thank you for that. And I want to open it up, since Orlando wants to hear other opinions. When you think about the private sector and how they show up for income equity in San Francisco, thoughts from Keith or Brianna?
Yeah, so as a person who is a San Francisco native, when I think of tech in San Francisco, that love-hate relationship comes where I'm so happy that we're growing, but also thinking about who's being hired and who's being trained for these jobs. These jobs are not going to San Francisco natives. These jobs are pushing out San Francisco natives, where it is making it less affordable to stay in San Francisco because high-tech companies are coming in and the value is going up, but there is no reinvestment into San Francisco and into San Francisco's young people to train them on how to get these jobs, on how can I grow and how can I be a part of these companies and not be an assistant or someone who sits at the front desk and lets people in, but how can I truly be a part of these companies? So that reinvestment in that large, the reinvestment into the community, making the large platform that tech is on be a part of what San Francisco is and is trying to do and is trying to keep, and it's trying to keep its people here and its young people here. So reinvesting into young adults, reinvesting into teenagers, giving them the option of this is what tech is, this is how you get into tech. Because to be honest, I don't think I took a computer science class till college, and I took one. So it was a requirement. So it wasn't, you know, I didn't know what I was doing. It was just like, cool, let's take this. This is a requirement, but it also wasn't something that was offered to me growing up. So I didn't have an investment in it. I didn't know what it was about, so it wasn't something I was looking for.
Yeah. And to your point, like, I'm not a coder. I don't know anything about like engineering or like building websites, you know what I mean? But tech is such a broad term and it can show up in so many ways. I mean, we have sales and marketing, communications, we have arts and media, we have content creators, we have catering. I mean, we have so many different, there's so many different sectors within tech. So yeah, I appreciate you highlighting that.
Anything from you, Keith?
That was a lot already. I mean, the word that comes to my mind, honestly, is accountability.
Yeah.
That, you know, and we've had this conversation already. Yeah. LinkedIn has a long way to go, but it's not where it used to be either. And we appreciate what LinkedIn has done with HRC, with the city, with Hope SF, and making that investment. But it's not over yet. I think there's more to be done, and all the tech companies need to be accountable. And I think you mentioned Josh earlier, our different system leaders holding our tech companies accountable to. You mentioned earlier, I want to come learn about the city, and I want to get to know the city. And let's be real, a lot of folks are benefiting from our city, but not investing back into the people of our city, right? And so that needs a change, and that needs a shift, you know what I mean? And so hopefully we see that with leaders such as yourself, being a part of things like Dream Keepers and again, things that the HRC does. And so accountability is what comes to my mind. And for us to keep them accountable, not just celebrate a panel per se, but like, okay, what are you doing tomorrow? What are you doing for the summer with OFA and things like that?
Yep.
Right. And accountability simply means doing what you say you're going to do. So it's not that hard. It's simple. Yeah, it's not that hard. So as we wrap up this panel, I have one final question for all of you, and I'll start with Keith, go Orlando, and then Brianna, you'll get the final word. The Pay It Forward pilot did conclude in April, and so we are working actively to identify additional funds to start the next cohort. So all of our funders, departments out there who want to contribute to continue to pour into our young folks, hear that action. But as you think about that in your mind, and as you think about the pilot year that occurred, what's next? What can we collectively do to improve the socioeconomic advancement for our young people?
Can Orlando go? I went first.
Sure.
Come on.
Well, I think there has to be a path, and there has to be a road that young people can visibly see and visibly have access to if they so choose to have it here in the city. And there should be guarantees, and there should be people along the way who can meet them and encourage them and connect them to what they want, and to help remove the things that can warp how I saw myself. And every young person should have that, so that when we show up, whether it's at a tech company or whether it's at a restaurant that we own or whether it's at a dry cleaners that we opened or whether it's at an H&M that we decided to franchise in the city, we show up because we know we belong there. We know we deserve to be there. And there's no one and there's nothing that can ever make me question that. And part of my process from when I was young to where I am now has been remembering who I am and remembering where I come from and remembering the ancestors that are standing behind me and the people that worked and prayed and loved so that I can even be having this conversation with y'all. You know what I mean? And everybody should have that. And so that for me is what I hope happens for every young person here.
I should have went first. Dang, I can't follow that, man. What's next? I think when I think about Pay It Forward, it's not just about a program. I think when we talked about it, Dr. Sai, it was never about a program. And when I think about our city, such a beautiful city, so many amazing leaders that are here and maybe those tuning in online, is that all of us that are in positions of power, of decision making, take on that responsibility to share resources, to share information, to say it's not, again, it's not enough that I made it, you know, it's not enough that I got that job that I wanted, but it's almost like a challenge I would throw out to the audience here, is who are you mentoring? Who are you? Who's your mentee? Who are you an agent for? Who are you impacting? And just to think about that, to meditate on that, and hopefully what we will see is the next director of HRC, right? The next mayor, right? Will be young people from our city. You know what I'm saying? People that we seen kind of come through the journey of OFA and MyEP and these other programs, and so. So yeah, as far as what's next, I mean, I look forward to not being on a panel, you know, but maybe someone that's within our network that will be running this, that will be facilitating and moderating things like this. And so I look forward to kind of the next phase. The first year was, you know, right in the middle of the pandemic, so we haven't even got started yet, to be honest. There's a lot of things that we desired to do that we weren't able to do that I look forward to hopefully get into in this upcoming year.
Thank you.
From my perspective as a mentee, I think what's next, or what can be next, has to do with what else can be offered from the mentors. Like I said, I had a great mentor, and she really invested in me. So thinking about younger kids who go through this program, who they meet with a mentor, they get their hopes up, maybe even having the companies who are there be able to offer internships for young people. Is this something that you want to do? Because if it is, you need to know what it's like. And I think that's something that I'm learning now as I get older, is you don't know until you get there if you like the job, or if you like the position, or if this is something that you really want to work in. So providing young people with the option to intern, the option to learn more about a company. And like he said, it was in the middle of a pandemic, so we did what we could. But providing that option where it's, now your mentor knows what you want to do. Now your mentor knows what drives you, what you like, what your goals are. What's the next connection that they can make you, where you can get an internship, and it doesn't, I'm not even thinking of paid internships. I'm thinking you get experience, you get knowledge, you get an understanding of, this is the field you want to be in, this is how we are going to help you learn more about it, because you may do like I did and you graduate and you be like, I didn't really want to be a lawyer. Mm-hmm. So let's figure out what's next, and let's find a way to do that. But yeah, I think that's what's next.
I'm going to borrow from one of my colleagues, Siobhan, and say it's a both and. So we want the knowledge, skills, and we want the paycheck.
Right.
Okay.
Paid internships, exactly.
With that, definitely heard a call to action for people who are tuning in, and those of you who are in this room who can fulfill the call to action, who can offer the internships, who have the pathways to viable careers that offer thriving wages, and who can coach folks to take our spots. Who are we coaching to fill our positions, and how are we paying it forward? So with that, I want to thank Marquise, Brianna, and Orlando, and enjoy the rest of the summit.
So this is the stretch break, right? So we're going to ask everybody, you know, they say, what is it? Sitting is the new smoking. So you got to stand up, stretch a little bit. You know, if you're watching online, also, you know, if you're in bed, get out of bed. If you're sitting down, you're also welcome to stretch in your seat. But we just want folks to stretch and do a little breathing, get ready for the next panel that's coming out of dynamic folks. I think you're going to enjoy them. But I'm afraid to have you go out the room, because maybe you won't come back in the room. And I want to make sure that there are folks. So wave to someone, you know, a little elbow. Welcome. Again, thank you all so much. Have you enjoyed what you've heard so far? And I want to just really thank and recognize Dr. Sai for making sure that we had youth voice. We were trying to make sure that we had some young people included in the conversation. And so I want to thank her for that. So I'm going to bring the next group of folks out, so feel free. I see some folks doing the official hugging and all of that, so that's all beautiful. And we're going to get ready to get started with our next panel, but I wanted to make sure, I know after lunch, it's hard to stay seated for a very long period of time, so we want you to make sure to get up, move a little bit, take some deep breaths. Thanks.
Hello. We're just waiting for the other two to get mic'd up, and then we're really excited to get started. So, thank you. Is that Anne? Hi. Oh, now I just got super loud, sorry. Come give me a hug. I haven't seen you in forever.
Welcome, welcome.
Can y'all hear? Oh, that's loud.
I don't think, oh, good. Hello, hello, okay. All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for sticking
Come on,
through.
hello. She said hello. Good afternoon. Yes. That's what I'm like.
Thank you. You don't have to applaud, but. My name is Brittany Chiquata. I serve as Chief of Staff at the San Francisco Human Rights Commission, and we're really honored to have all of you here in conversation with us, joined by some amazing powerhouse, innovative, visionary women, all of whom I admire and respect so much. And I'm excited to not just have a conversation about the power of cash. I feel like this panel maybe should have been titled "The Power of Cash When We Root Our Approach in Dismantling White Supremacy."
Yeah.
Okay. Because that's where we're going, right? And that's what I love about each of you. You are so unapologetic about your approach in centering Black people, because we know that when we approach our work from centering those who are most marginalized, that we all win, that everyone benefits. But sometimes people are uncomfortable with being explicit about that. Some people are uncomfortable trusting that that's the right approach. What we were just talking about, people are so comfortable surveilling those living in poverty, almost to the point of wanting them to pay a penance, because we see their circumstances as reflective of their merit and their worthiness. But we know that that's not true. You all know that that's not true. So I'm really excited to be in conversation. So I'll quickly introduce all of the folks who are here. We have Tanish Hollins. You all can read their amazing bios. I don't want to waste time on that. Everybody grab a program if you have one, or Google. We have Director Tanish Hollins. We have VP of Strategy and Programs, Jhumpa Bhattacharya.
Yes.
And we have physician Dr. Zaya Malawa. And so let's just jump in. I think For starters, it would be helpful because there have been so many terms that have flown around today: guaranteed income, basic income, cash transfers, unconditional this, targeted that. So can you all just start by speaking briefly to what are we talking about when we say uninhibited or unconditional cash transfers as opposed to other social programs that might have a bunch of conditions attached to them?
You want me to start? Okay, so what I love about, you can call it whatever you want. You can call it guaranteed income. I like guaranteed income better than universal basic income or basic income because I think guaranteed income offers a different way into the conversation to really center racial and gender justice, right? Where when we're talking about universal basic income, it's about universality, which I would like to steer away from, if possible.
Right.
So I use the term guaranteed income for that purpose. But we're all talking, all of the things all this terminology is talking about unrestricted cash, right? And what I really love about the concept of unrestricted cash is I like to think of it as both a policy disruptor and a narrative disruptor, right? So it's a policy disruptor because we are literally giving people cash, right? With nothing around it. It's unrestricted. There's no work requirements. There's no need to prove your deservedness, right? You are deserving of this cash because you are human. What a concept, right? You are living, you're a human being, you deserve all the things, and you decide what you get to do with that money. There's no restrictions on you have to use it for work programs, or you have to use it for, you can't use it on diapers, but you can use it on this, baby food, or you can't use it on baby food, right? So that's the difference, really, as a policy disruptor, because most of our social safety net programs have these very restrictive elements to it that are meant to control, let's be real, Black bodies, Black women's bodies and minds, right? So when you're saying, no, we actually trust you as a Black woman to make the best decision for your families, that is both a policy disruptor and a narrative disruptor.
Right, because how dare you treat me like a white man? You're going to give me that same autonomy?
Well, I would say, don't treat me like a white man. Treat me like who I am, but give me the same benefits and rights as white men have had since the birth of this country.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. Tanisha, did you want to jump in?
Oh, I just got real excited when Jupa said a policy disruptor because, working in policy and, dealing with this concept of race-neutral policy, right? It's not intended to restrict Black people or individuals, which is a total lie, right? We know it is. We know it is, but there's this terminology that we use about race neutrality in policy that's absolutely not true. And so to look at guaranteed cash income as a policy disruptor is extremely, extremely important. And then when I think about removing barriers, I also hear the word agency coming up, giving people agency, specifically the people who have been most marginalized, the agency to choose how they want to use their cash, as we all should. No one should be able to determine how you use the income in your household. That is a part of agency and basic human right. And it's meeting basic human need, but it's also elevating people beyond the economic curveball, and specifically Black bodies, which is important to me. So
absolutely, and we must, because we can't be race neutral to dismantle barriers that were put up intrinsically to keep Black people out of wealth building opportunities, right? To keep us from owning land and property and being anything other than property in this country. We have to be just as explicit to disrupt and dismantle as folks were when they marginalized us, right? And Dr. Malawa, you have one of the most innovative programs that has been plugged, I think, at least I've counted 8 times today across panels. So when people are talking about the Abundant Birth Project or Expecting Justice, this is her brainchild. And it's really just an incredible approach to ensuring that Black and Pacific Islander birthing people who experience the highest rates of infant mortality and maternal mortality in San Francisco have some type of financial stability, some security during their pregnancy and postpartum to disrupt those health outcomes. And I think that linkage between our finances and our health is something that folks are just kind of coming around to. But as Mayor Tubbs said earlier, and as we've kind of been touching on, these are not new ideas, right? And like a lot of things that become in vogue, Black people said it first. So the Black Panthers, Dr. Martin Luther King, and it was a problem then, but now, like, that we're having tech and other people co-sign, it's like, oh, maybe there's something there. But I'd love for you to just talk about, how you navigate this issue of folks not wanting to trust mothers to make these decisions that are best for their body and baby.
Yeah, I mean, for me, one of the reasons why it was important to start the Abundant Birth Project is because for over 4 decades, we've been documenting the ways in which, in particular, Black people are having babies too early, are suffering, are unprotected during their birthing process, and it often results in adverse birth outcomes for moms and babies and entire families. But what we've also been increasingly understanding as time passes is that it's not actually the behavior or the choices that Black parents are making, rather it's the experience of racism and the stress that comes from racism that's impacting Black birthing people's ability to have healthy and safe pregnancies. And there's something that is so very terribly wrong with the fact that not only do we, as Black people, have to manage and navigate racism all day, but it impacts us in the most intimate and terrible ways because, you know, when somebody goes to the hospital to have a baby and either the mom or the baby doesn't come home, I can't imagine like a more profoundly terrible experience, and yet it's happening to Black women at 4 times the rate of white women in this country. And in San Francisco, we haven't had very many maternal mortality incidents, but Black mothers make up only 4% of the birthing population, but they make up over half of all of the maternal mortality incidences.
Say that again.
And
Say
that's
that again.
unacceptable.
It is.
It's unacceptable, but for so long our solution has been more medicine. On one hand, we're documenting the fact that racialized stress, the stress that comes from racism, is what is driving these disparities, and yet all we want to do is teach moms to be more resilient in the face of racism, help them, you know, get to programs that are undignifying, you know, make them work harder so that they can overcome racism. And not surprisingly, that hasn't been working. And when this happens, it's not just penalizing the Black community, of course, like it's all of us that suffer when we have a certain proportion of babies that are being born too early, when babies are having to be in the NICU for a long time. Like that's a societal-wide problem. And so for me, I think the question became, if we know that the problem is stress that comes from racism, then instead of putting more medicine into that problem, what if we actually try and reduce the stress that's related to racism? In San Francisco, the median income for families that are Black is around $31,000 a year. Now, for any of you guys who are from here or live here, like you can understand how very, very stressful it must be to try and figure out how to make the ends meet when that's how little money you're making in this city. And so what we're trying to do with the Abundant Birth Project is we're providing $1,000 a month of cash from as early as we can get to you in pregnancy until 6 months postpartum, with the hope that we can reduce your stress level so that you have the opportunity to have a healthy and safe birthing experience. And we're just curious about what happens when we finally address the social determinants of health as opposed to trying to throw more clinical care at the problem. What happens when we try and change the environment around birthing Black women as opposed to trying to fix Black women when there's nothing actually wrong with us. So we started back in July, and our first babies are due in November, and I'm really excited to see what happens. And I just want to mention that it's, of course, not just Black women that are impacted by this issue, but we see that Pacific Islander people in San Francisco are also deeply impacted by adverse birth outcomes. And I want to mention on a national level, we know that Native American Indigenous women also, but we just don't have very much data locally. And so I think this is a solution that can be addressing many different health disparities, but I'm really excited that we're starting with this most critical one.
And can I jump in here?
Please.
Because it's about, you know, there's a framework that's out there that a lot of folks that work in the economic justice world will know, that was coined by Janelle Jones, who is the first Black woman chief economist at the Department of Labor. Yes,
Okay. Come on, Janelle.
Black women's best, right? So this idea that if you center Black women, right, it will help all people, right? Because Black women are almost all, in every single indicator, are at the lower end of the spectrum. Right? And so if we're talking about a truly inclusionary strategy, if you are designing a program that is meeting Black women's needs, chances are you're going to be meeting everybody's needs, right? And so you can see this happening. How many of y'all have seen that? It's a pretty popular program on Netflix, Made. It's about, it's based on a book, right? And thank you for raising your hand. So, you know, it follows the life of this young woman, low-income woman. She's white, lives in someplace in America. I can't remember exactly where. But she's, you know, she has to work as a maid. She's in an abusive relationship. She has a young daughter, and she has to escape from her abusive relationship, and all of the hoops that she has to go through, again, to prove her worthiness, to prove her deservedness, to have a place to live, to sign up for TANF, to do all of these things, right? To get a housing voucher, to do all of these things. And she's just like, to get childcare, she have to prove that you're working, but she can't work until she has childcare, right? All of this is because our social welfare programs are based on anti-Blackness, particularly geared towards Black women. So what if we redesigned TANF to meet Black women's needs, and we didn't have work requirements on them? That young woman, Stephanie Land, who this book is both based on, she would have a very different life. Right, and the series doesn't get into it. I know her book does a little bit more, but like, again, it's like a really perfect example of how anti-Blackness, specifically in our policies, impact all kinds of people, right? And so if we're getting to root causes, which I hope we want to, and we're not just addressing, you know, Band-Aid solutions, but we're actually trying to change things, like this idea of Black women's best or centering Black women will help everyone, right? And so this is another reason why I love your pilot project.
And I just want to point out that, you know, if you're from the city, you know that the majority of Black people live in the Bayview, but also because of anti-Black racism, I think there's not a lot of chain stores in the Bayview. So there's a lot of small business owners who, in general, are actually not Black, again, because of anti-Black racism. But the point is that when we give Black moms who live in the Bayview cash, it's not just them who benefit, because where are they going to spend this cash?
The local economy.
There we go, right? And so we all benefit when local small business owners have access to people who have more cash. When Black mamas have more time on their hands, they're going to be volunteering more in schools. And then we all benefit, because San Francisco may not realize this, but we are at a loss because Black women have left so much. Like, y'all may not know this, but like, y'all is missing out because we are not here anymore. And so when we allow Black women to be a part of all of our lives, we all benefit.
And it really comes back in my mind to sovereignty, to being able to make our own choices, to that agency that you were speaking to. Because so many folks presume, as was discussed on previous panels, that if you help people to meet their basic or foundational needs, as my colleague, Dr. Leatutufu Birch, has taught me, we're not saying basic, it's foundational. This is how we participate in society. If you are making space for people to meet those needs, they're not making extravagant purchases. They're doing things that were deferred, whether that's dental care or something that has to do with their home or child care or what have you. They are really given space and an opportunity to participate as a whole person socially. And
Can I push back on that a little bit?
Yeah, please do.
I said I was going to say all the things, right?
No, educate.
Okay, no, and I think it's absolutely true. The research is showing that people are meeting their foundational needs. I also think it's okay if a Black mama or whoever wants to go get a massage.
Yeah, well, I don't see that as outside of foundational. So maybe
I love that.
Maybe I should have been more explicit because we like to pick and choose when it's extravagant.
But this idea of what is extravagant, right? Like, what if they want to go and spend money at the bar and get a really nice bottle of wine? Why should they not be allowed to do that? Right? We don't control how shareholders and CEOs and all these people that are actually hoarding wealth, right? They are the wealth hoarders. We don't control what they do with their money
at all.
But for some reason, because we racialize poverty, we have to, and we really think that like, oh, we have to control because they don't know how to budget.
Back to this question of
a single Black mom knows how to budget.
Yeah.
More than anyone.
Make the ends
more
meet.
than anyone.
So I want to shift it to Tanish and ask, you know, what are some upstream, and this is not for you to solve anti-Black racism in
Thank you.
25-minute panel, but, you know, a lot of times we hear a good game talk like, yes, we want this for everyone, seat at the table, expand at the table, bring in a folding chair, what have you, but there's a little bit of lack when it comes to actualizing these ideals, right? And so, you know, let's throw some things out there. What do we want to see? What type of policy shifts in the perfect world, if we were not trying to reverse engineer for the racism that we know is true, and we were not trying to have race-neutral policies, like what are some fundamental shifts we need in this city?
You know, I think one of the first fundamental shifts is just acknowledgement. Right? That these systems have directly benefited off of the disenfranchisement and the death of Black women and Black people in this city. And you mentioned earlier, you know, TANF, I spent years working in human services, so I can, I lived through that trauma and also had to walk through many of my sisters and brothers and family members through that trauma of working through a system that was directly designed to keep them as an economic vehicle. That's something that we have to acknowledge, that the Black bodies that are trafficked into these systems that we have in San Francisco are part of an economic engine. So we're speaking very directly to the city that we have to reverse that, right? And it looks like a lot of what we've mentioned so far, right? Giving unrestricted cash to folks earlier, recognizing that we don't need to dictate to them how to utilize this money. And the other thing is making things accessible, right? You know, people should be able to take that money and start a business. People should be able to take that money and purchase a home or rent, whatever it is that they feel like they need to do. Without us giving them the guidance or giving them the parameters in which to operate. I think that's a big part of our problem, is that we want to over-process for folks the agency that they have and how to do it, because we don't want to mess it up. And I think the other thing we have to recognize is that we have great ideas around about projects and pilots, but this comes with a lot of tension because we have to prove that these things work, right? And then we pass that tension on to our people in the community. And that becomes a whole nother layer of racialized trauma that sometimes we impose on each other. So it's something that we gotta recognize in this process as we're creating these innovations to give cash to our folks and then give them the freedom to really dictate, because they have the solutions already. To your point earlier, nobody out here is navigating this mess better than our people. They are born, many of us are born in having to learn how to navigate these systems and survive them. So they already have the skills that are necessary. We need to learn from them.
Yes, we have not just the resilience, but the brilliance to work within these confines. And I've really tried to take resilience out of my tongue, because I hate that, you know, our pain and our trauma is like what we have to carry, you know, on our shoulders is, you know, I survived, or I made it out, I'm the exemplar. There's so many brilliant, amazing people in the hood who just don't have the resources, the connect to get to that next level.
Untapped genius.
Yes. Yeah. And I love also what you're saying just about acknowledgement. Why is it so hard to be accountable for the things that we have done? It might not have been today, it might have been 10 administrations ago, but we're building off of this foundational issue of extracting wealth, of barriers to opportunities for wealth building, getting a home in San Francisco, redevelopment. You know, these are things that were taken and targeted at Black, at Japanese, at American Indian folks who really have not been given a pathway to participate fully in society. And so, you know, what are all these pilots for? What are we working toward? Like, do we need 13 more? I think my last count, we're at 13 pilots in San Francisco. Like, what's more upstream? Because we can't just keep peeling off groups to cash out to no end.
I mean, one thing I want to name is that our cash pilots are working on building income, but they're not necessarily changing people's wealth. And so I think that one of the big things is that we need to do wealth interventions. When you were asking about policies, I mean, I don't know how many people know about the story of urban renewal in San Francisco, but briefly, part of what happened is that the federal government made available to local governments cash if they displaced basically their blighted populations, their blighted communities, and replaced it with something better. And the way how that worked out in San Francisco is that the Fillmore got destroyed, people got displaced, they got paid piddly amounts for the homes and the businesses that they owned because they were able
promises that you'd be able to
hollow
come
promises that
rebuild.
Because of eminent domain. And what would be amazing, for instance, is if San Francisco resold houses to Black people at the prices that they got paid in the 60s for eminent domain removal, for instance, right? Like, that would be amazing. What would be amazing is if we actually started to take corrective action. And one thing that I find so frustrating is that it is legal to be racist. It is legal to give out PPP loans in a racist way, but it is illegal to make racialized repair.
That's right.
And so I'm trying to figure out, like, what is the policy pathway for us to actually start taking some corrective actions? Because whether or not we want to acknowledge it publicly as a city, that harm has been done, like, that doesn't change the fact that, like, we know about urban renewal. We know about redlining. We know that San Francisco has the second highest rate of Black unemployment in the country, second only to Detroit. We know this. And so what we need is to make some authentic repair, not through gestures, not through program, but how do we actually repair the wealth and the wealth gap of people of color centering on Black people?
I'm sorry to meet you. I just wanted to jump in here because the reason why I talked about that acknowledgement, and it goes back to budget and policy, right? So when you look at these systems that have directly benefited off of Black trauma and death, if there's anything in your line item, if your proposal, your budget that speaks directly to Black lives, that budget should roll back over to Black people directly. So we've been talking about reparations. I know that President Walton was here. I love the work that Mayor Breed has led and is currently leading around bringing this wealth redistribution back to the Black community. There's been a lot of questions about, well, where's this money going to come from? Let's go back. Every system in San Francisco has directly, there is language written into
That's right. Thank you.
into your proposals, into your budget that specifically speaks to the outcomes for Black lives. Run that money back to Black people,
There you go.
directly to Black people, and give them the agency on how to address those issues, whether they're health, education, whatever it may be. The resources are there. So it is an acknowledgement, and it's also saying we're holding your bag.
Right.
So give us your bag.
Yes, yes, because like we were saying, we're choosy when it comes to who we want or who's allowed to just have money to do whatever they're going to do, whether that's in business or education, home buying, as you said. Jumba, I want you to jump in here. I want you to speak a little bit to U plus BI. You've written and done a great deal of research on targeting within basic income programs and uplifting racial and gender justice in our approach. And I just want you to educate us on what that is and what programs we might pursue in San Francisco.
Sure. So one thing I will say is in order to have policy disruption and to have different types of policies, that goes hand in hand with narrative change, right?
Yes.
So you cannot expect a different outcome on a policy if you're not also working on the narratives, right? So the narratives that we collectively hold, right? This idea that anyone can pull themselves up by their bootstraps, or this, a toxic individualism, or it's better known as personal responsibility, that it's your fault that you're poor, all of these things, right? We have to deeply do some deep, deep narrative change and get folks to see, and this is part of the truth and reconciliation piece, I think, if we want to pass the types of policies that we know need to happen, right? So I think, we often forget about the narrative change part, but it's really, really important.
It is.
To get to the policy piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's talk about UBI+. So first and foremost, I want to say that there's a conversation that happens around reparations, and then there's a conversation that's happening around guaranteed income. And for a while, they were joined, and when I wrote stuff around UBI+, I was joining them, but my thinking has changed on that a little bit. Okay?
Oh, interesting.
Because I think reparations is its own thing.
Yeah.
Okay? There is harm that has happened, and I don't have to get into this. Like, you are on the task force, I know, but reparations deserves its own thing and is solving a different problem than what guaranteed income is solving.
Yes.
Okay?
Okay,
So,
we
and-
heard it here first. Jumba is renouncing her last position.
it is a different thing.
It is,
Right? And
it
I
is.
think, like, when I wrote that, and this was 2 years ago, 3 years ago maybe, right? I was still in kind of a scarcity mindset, right? Like, oh, we just have to put everything in this one policy. And we don't, because we have the resources to do all the things if we choose to.
That's right.
Poverty is a policy choice. Wealth extraction is a policy choice. The rules and the narratives that we've purposefully enacted, a bunch of white men, right, and how the economy works are all choices. We can make different choices, right? Literally, the economy is not a thing that lives out in the world that we don't control. We actually control it. It's not a human body, right? we control what the economy should look like, right? So reparations is its own thing, right? That needs to be in place to do the things that it needs to do for the enslavement of people, the taking away of land, the taking away of children, all of that stuff, right? I think what a guaranteed income does is that it helps solve the problem around how extractive our economy still is now, right? So we are still living in a labor market that discriminates, right? We all know Black women's equal pay day is whenever, I can't remember, so forgive me, my brain is.
Like October? I want to say it's 8
it
or
hasn't
10
happened
months.
yet, so there you go. Right, so there's still labor market discrimination. We know Black women are pushed into jobs that pay the least, that have no benefits, they have no control over their schedules. Like, we're doing a lot of work on occupational segregation right now, and we're showing that that is the case, right? That is what's happening. And we have a wealth extractive economy where we are pulling and pushing people into debt in all kinds of ways, right? So there's debt from the criminal legal system, from fines and fees and bail and the mass incarceration, all of that. There's predatory debt. There's, there's debt from mortgages. There's all kinds of different types of medical debt, student debt, all the debts, right? So even if we were able, let's just say something happened, I don't know, the 2 senators that are, a little thorns on my side right
Yeah.
now, somehow changed and like everything passes tomorrow, right? And somehow we got paid leave and UBI, or guaranteed income in the Build Back Better agenda. Would we be seeing different outcomes? And I would say no if we're not also looking at the debt side of the equation, right? So the government can give with one hand, but if it's just taking out, right, this is state-sanctioned debt,
That's right.
who's going to be left out of the conversation? Or who's going to still be experiencing economic exclusion?
Right.
Black people, Black women in specifically, right? So all this to say is that I think guaranteed income programs that target, that acknowledge the harm that has happened and is continuing to happen right now is necessary. Again, it's a policy and narrative disruptor, and it allows agency, it allows dignity, and you have to look at the debt side of the equation and make sure that we're taking out all the ways in which our economy is extracting wealth from and dollars, literal dollars, right, straight out of the pockets of Black people, and then we can have a conversation about wholeness.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, because we're not dealing with the compounding impact, like you said, of the debt side of the house.
Right.
And I just want to sit here on reparations for a second, because so many people, when you talk about reparations, they get real tight.
Yes.
And we know that that's rooted in anti-Black racism. And as the mayor was saying earlier, the whataboutism comes up. But, you know, I struggle too, or my family didn't do X, Y, and Z. But we're all benefiting or having an experience as a result or outcome of that foundational horror and genocide, right? And so, as we were saying, Tanish is the vice chair of the historic Reparations Advisory Committee, and I just wanted you to talk for a second about, you know, some of the conversations that you're leading for the committee and how we're moving away from, as Felicia always brings up, Ms. Felicia Jones, you know, 3 reports in 55 years. What are we going to do that's not going to yield just another report that goes to get ashy on the shelf?
Yeah, that's a big question.
And of course, we want Black folks to solve that, right?
Right. You know, I mean,
issue that we did not create.
Right. The first thing is just acknowledging that reparations is not just going to be about cash redistribution.
Nope.
Right.
Right.
And that this process is just the beginning. There's no way for us to really quantify the damage that's been done to Black Americans and African descendants of slavery in San Francisco or anywhere else. This has to be an ongoing process. We do have work to do, and we have timelines in front of us, and there are areas that we're definitely looking into policy first and foremost, because we know things have to be disrupted in policy. They've got to be anchored in policy, and it's on us to work to change that narrative and lead those conversations. Education and health, but wealth. You know, we think about the history of San Francisco, and you talk about foundational. The city of San Francisco is literally founded by a Black man, and that's not even in historical context.
How many of y'all knew that? The city of San Francisco is founded by a Black man.
Say more. I think people look confused.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a lot of eyebrows. William Leadsdorff, look him up. Founded the first school in San Francisco, first hotel in San Francisco. Wow. He was the consulate to Mexico. He was, I believe, Caribbean and Dutch. But he founded the Embarcadero, first business on the San Francisco waterfront, a Black man. This is history that someone who was born and raised in San Francisco did not learn until recently, right? I'm bringing this up in the context of reparations and the task force and the work that we're doing, because without that historical insight and understanding that if we started here with wealth, how do we go backwards? How do we go backwards? And so in the wealth of this city, whether or not San Francisco had chattel slavery, if it was legalized here or not, it still directly benefited off of the economic system of slavery here in San Francisco. So,
and we were okay with people bringing their enslaved folks to
Yes.
California to do work and leave back with folks still enslaved. So it wasn't like you stepped across a border and you were suddenly
in some magical land where none of this really existed.
Exactly.
No.
You're complicit.
Exactly. And so that is part of our work, making sure that San Francisco understands its complicity in that process, understanding what was lost,
Yes.
looking at the different vehicles that we can use to recuperate and repair, but also what does justice look like? So that truth and reconciliation process is a complement to that.
Yeah.
And it's something that we have to, continue building out. So in my opinion, this work does have a timeline. The committee is, broken up into subcommittees. Folks are doing research. Some of those reports that Ms. Felicia mentioned, whether it's out-migration or the unfinished agenda, many of this work for decades, these conversations have been the same. We know what the damage is.
We do.
Now we want to find out where the bodies are, and we want the bag. Like we want to realize actualize where the resources are, and then look at what a future forward process looks like that really centers on giving Black folks access to wealth, not just repairing harm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And what if we actually ask Black people what they want? And did some visioning with Black people? Because I still think that our ideas of what wealth is, what the American dream is built on white supremacist patriarchal values and norms, right? And I don't know if that is necessarily what Black people want, right?
Yeah.
Our homes are built for, the single family unit, right? Like maybe 2 parents, maybe 2 kids, a white picket fence, right? But I know all my Black friends don't live like that, right? Immigrant communities don't live like that. We have shared housing. We have multiple generations living together. So what home means, what a community could look like, what a neighborhood could look like may be very different for what Black people want for themselves. And why can we have that conversation? Can we have a visioning conversation?
I mean, my challenge with that is that, as someone who used to work in the legislative branch and now I'm on the department side, I feel like there's exhaustion from being asked that question so many times. We have asked Black people, and they have told the city, and we have done nothing about it.
See, I think that what we need to do is, as city officials, we need to pack our own racism.
Yes. Yeah.
I can say, as we started to implement the Abundant Birth Project, one thing that was interesting is how often we each had to come up against and challenge our own racism. Like everybody who is in social services or medicine has been trained in a methodology of white saviorism, basically.
And the narratives, they hold the narratives.
And the narratives. That says basically that Black people are in the situation they're in for lack of white saving, basically. And if Black people could just be a little more like white people, and if white people could just reach down and save them, then it would be better. But some of the things that kind of flow from that, well, of course, some of these very problematic ways in which we engage with benefits programs like the CalFreshes and the normalized scrutiny of Black people, but also just even in looking at case management. We had to really take a look at what does it mean to support the mamas. And we do coaching, abundance coaching. We don't do case management anymore because there's something so racist about assuming that every single person who comes through this program is going to need case management. We talked a lot about how do we provide information that mamas are going to need to know how this is going to impact their benefits, again, without being paternalistic. And so at first, there was an initial inclination that we should require them to have a counseling session with someone from HSA if they're on benefits to know the impact. But what we also know is that a lot of times people do not have dignified, respectful interactions at HSA.
Right.
And we don't need to assume that Black moms can't just read the document that we created and understand the impact on their benefits. And so it's so often...
Or that we don't have networks and communities unto ourselves where we're educating and doing peer counseling.
Exactly. And so I think that one of the things that's really important, that is so basic, low-hanging fruit, is just recognizing the ways in which we are all recreating and perpetuating racism through our own mental models and the ways that we do work, and each of us that work for the city taking a step back and trying to do it less racist.
Yeah, and not be gatekeeping just because you have a little bit of a position of power.
Not scrutinizing, not surveilling, not gatekeeping. What would happen if you actually just trusted Black moms as if they were fully human? How would your work look differently?
Concept. I mean, and it's also just a matter, to the issue of asking folks what they want. I think, the challenge, another challenge of many that I see is just that we make folks relitigate things that have already been decided, right? Yeah. We go through these processes, these hearings, these town halls, and people participate. And it's to what end? And so then if another person comes in, another supervisor, another mayor, another department leader. Exactly. We're not carrying forward what was already promised. Instead, we're saying, oh, I wasn't here when that decision was made, so prove to me why we have to do it.
Again, prove your worthiness, prove your deservedness, and that's the thing. We have to just...
your predecessor said we could do it.
Yeah.
But it's also just acknowledging that these processes are violent as hell.
Yes.
They're violent.
Thank you.
To bring people into space and say, tell us what your experience is.
Right.
It's traumatic enough.
Right.
And then when you were just using the example of HSA, how about acknowledging that Black moms shut down and don't read that SHIT because they know that it's violent,
Right.
and that they know that all of the policies that are in it are meant to keep them in a certain position, and that they have to navigate this so that they can feed their child or figure out what their next move is going to be.
Or sell out some other community member, right?
Yes.
To get there.
Right, and yet so often the narratives around violence are the violence that the Black community is committing against other people. There's so many narratives about how violent we are and how we need to refund the police and, you know, Chesapeake's not doing his job. But meanwhile, there's so much structural violence and regular violence being committed against the Black community that just gets totally unacknowledged regularly. So thank you for naming that.
Well, let's try and shift a little bit to some joy.
End on joy.
End on joy. And so, you know, we're working towards something tangible, right? These are not just pie in the sky ideas we're throwing out. We are working towards justice and a societal shift where it's known and understood that we are all worthy, we all deserve, and we can do better. We can do a lot better. So I'm wondering if you all could speak to some strategies for coalition building, for working together, for uplifting all boats by centering Blackness.
I can start. So I think we really need, whenever things like reparations comes up, I think it's nestled in this narrative of us versus them. It's nestled in this narrative, again, of scarcity, and that white people in particular are going to lose somehow if reparations comes out, right? And I would really love to center the conversation a different way about reparations or anything, any kind of acknowledgement of past harm is actually about shared prosperity, right? And that our fates are very much intertwined. And that my liberation, my collective freedom is tied to that of Black women. If Black women are not free, I am not free, and like none of y'all are free, right? And so I think I would really love to have that frame into the conversation around how reparations is about, reparations, or call it whatever you want, right? A
Redress,
repair,
yes.
a specific pilot that's for Black pregnant people, is about collective healing, right? And is about rediscovering, you know, people question Black people's humanity. I question white people's humanity to not be able, I said I was gonna say the things, right? Like if you can't connect with, yes, I understand you feel guilty. Okay, I get that. Get over it.
And what? Yes.
And like, where are you now going to stand up and do the work with all your other people? You come for your people. I'm not going to do that work for you, right? And talk about shared prosperity and understand that our fates are intertwined, and understand that if we are lifting everybody up, it decreases violence. Right? If we have a different view of safety and justice, we're really reimagining public safety, and we're getting to root causes of things.
Right.
Yeah, it's going to help the people I live in Oakland. It's going to help the people up in the Oakland Hills as much as it is for the people that live in Deep East Oakland. Right? And so that's the frame in which I think we need to be thinking about these things, and again, do some narrative shift.
I think I want to add that I think we need to do a better job of teaching history in the city if we want to see stronger coalitions, especially between communities of color. I just want to, because we're saying the things, I want to name that I've been living in San Francisco, you know, since the 70s, but I recently left about a year ago because I couldn't take it anymore. It's so stressful to be Black in the city. And the racism I experience is not just from white people. There is a lot of anti-Black racism that exists in our immigrant communities, and this is not to demonize them, but I think that the lack of, I know, right? I'm saying it. And but I think the lack of understanding in history and the lack of accountability there can be really painful and stressful and difficult. But I also think the lack of understanding that a lot of non-Black communities of color have around the fact that the reason why you've been able to come to this country and have some success is because of the hard work around civil rights that Black folks have been doing, right?
Yes.
And so I think that, you know, so many immigrant communities have an experience where they come to this country and they are able to advance, and so they look at Black people like, what's wrong with y'all? Because they don't understand the history, and they don't understand how deep anti-Black racism is. And so without that understanding, it's going to be really hard to build coalition. And so
or
what
they
I think,
align themselves with whiteness.
which is an important survival strategy, but it also is not a survival strategy because it has led
harmful
to
to
the
the
situation we
collective.
are now.
Right.
And so I think on cross-community work, we need the city to take on the responsibility of doing some of this important foundational educational work. And we need communities of color that are not Black to do some of the careful examination that's required to understand the ways in which anti-Black racism has been taught to you in the service of keeping your community down in addition to ours, and recognizing that maintaining anti-Black racism does not serve you. Only coalition will do this.
That's right. Thank you.
Well, I like this panel. It's spicy.
Real spicy.
I could go on and on with what the two of you just said, especially when you talked about this as a public safety strategy. It recalled, you know, when we made the news talking about universal basic income and possibly paying, there was this narrative about paying people not to shoot, which made me hot. I'm not gonna cuss on this panel no more, I promise y'all.
It's okay.
So, don't give me permission.
You saying what needs to be said.
But it was the dumbest shit I'd ever read. And
it was
disrespectful,
just lazy,
and extremely lazy in all of that. And so, yes, how do we make safety equitable? How do we make safety so that it's shared, right? It's centered on well-being. And that's part of the work that we do through my 9-to-5 job in Californians for Safety and Justice, is really looking at the ways that we do that we disrupt the criminal justice system by disrupting poverty, centering the needs of the people who are most impacted. That's exactly what we need to do. There's another layer to this, which is how do we get resources to people right now, right? This is a long and iterative process. Policy change doesn't happen overnight. Research, piloting, all of this stuff has to happen. But what can we do collectively when we look and examine our own budgets, our own resources, our own wealth, and redistribute that right now so that we can start modeling what it looks like to give our people that sovereignty and that agency.
That's right.
And that's, I think, the other layer that we've got to go deeper on that I'm excited about, because that's where coalition really does come from, right? It gives us an opportunity to really start thinking collectively about how we do that, to be the disruptors, right? We don't have to wait for systems to get in alignment or agree or even understand any of this.
We should not wait. We should organize to not wait. Absolutely.
Well, I am so excited that you are one of the leaders who is pushing that work, and so honored that all of you joined me in conversation. Please give a round of applause to the panel. All right, thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, y'all.
Bye.
All right, stretch break again before we bring out, there we go. That's a good stretch right there. That's, I don't want to stretch too much because I don't know what it looks like on camera. Thank you all for hanging in there with us. We are winding down, but I'm just so grateful for Derek Hamilton from the New School. Feel free to read through your program to get even just a little summary of all that he has done. And then I would just say, you know, Google him, right? If you want to read and know more about all the work that he's doing. It is too much to capture in this moment in time. He's going to come and talk a little bit, and then I will come back out and we'll have some conversation and people can ask questions. Because a couple of things that I keep coming back to, and I feel like he is going to say, you ask me that same question every time. I'm like, what is the difference between guaranteed income and universal basic income and the whole idea of no strings attached? Because sometimes people call things guaranteed income, but there are strings attached, so it's not guaranteed, right? Like there's not an automatic that you're going to get it. And so this will be a time to ask some questions and to access and really just tap into the genius and the innovative thinking of Derek Hamilton. And I'm serious, like Google him, because there's just not enough time for me to tell you all the things that he's done and all the ideas that he has floated from the local to the federal level. And so without any more, I want to welcome to the stage Derek Hamilton.
Good afternoon. I'm coming from New York today, so I wonder if it's evening yet. I guess it is. It's good evening for me. Well, it is my pleasure to be here to talk about guaranteed income. I thank Director Davis and the San Francisco Human Rights Commission. In fact, I'm going to frame my remarks in human rights. I'm going to talk about the neglected part of human rights, which is economic rights. We spend a lot of time talking about civil rights and political rights, And we know we fall short in making sure we advance them, but what is equally as important is economic rights, and that's where guaranteed income fits in. So what do we know? We do not have an adequate social safety net in place. What we have is over 5 decades of deregulation and a market revolution that's been supported by a neoliberal vision of supply-side economics under the lure that the structures and government subsidies that benefit corporations would generate a market dynamism of economic activity that's supposed to lift all boats and trickle down to all of us. That promise trickle down from neoliberal supply-side economics has never come to fruition. In a just world, race, gender, ethnicity, nativity, none of them would have transactional value in the marketplace. Yet the heaviest toll of this pandemic, well beyond class, continues to fall upon vulnerable racial, gender, identity groups, both across and within nation state. Many Americans, Black and brown families in particular, they have low wealth, low income, inadequate health care, work in precarious but essential jobs. These jobs have fewer workplace protections, lower wages, as well as lower benefits. Racially disparate treatment by law enforcement, as well as health and economic exposure to a pandemic, they link to a larger political and economic vulnerability for Black Americans, as well as Latinx, Indigenous, and other people of color, whether we're in a pandemic or not. The immoral devaluation of Black lives has been ingrained into the American political economy, and it's long overdue for reckoning. At issue, and what I'm talking about today, is government complicity in generating and facilitating this extreme economic and racial inequality. The last half-century of the U.S. policy has exacerbated precarity and generated the structures where essentially all of our nation's productivity gains have gone to the elite and upper middle classes, while effectively flatlining real worker wages for everyone else. This has resulted in an obscene, undemocratic, dysfunctional concentration of wealth and power, especially by race, that's not been seen in this country at least since the Gilded Age. But it's not natural, nor is it our destiny. The Economic Policy Institute report entitled A Productivity Pay Gap, it traces the relationship between economic growth and worker compensation since the mid-20th century and finds that from the period of 1948 to 1979, this was the post-New Deal, post-World War II period of dramatic economic growth. Productivity in this country rose 108%, while at the same time, worker compensation rose about 93.2%. This is almost a one-to-one relationship between growth and worker prosperity. This contrasts with the period from 1979 to 2018, one that can be characterized by a neoliberal supply-side economic period where productivity rose much lower, about 70%, but worker compensation rose even much less lower, about 12%. So although never fully extended to Black, Indigenous, and other people of color, during that post-war period I just described to you, our nation's high economic growth, middle-class lifestyles became far more accessible. And with more than a doubling of American productivity, clearly firms were not left out either. They benefited as well. So as Congress debates the Build Back Better infrastructure package, instead of asking the habitual questions of how can we keep businesses afloat and how can we pay for it, policymakers should fulfill their fiduciary responsibility and focus on the question of what is good for its people. The form of stimulus that I'm talking about provides a more efficient multiplier and stimulates a more balanced growth and promotes our shared prosperity. Whether we've realized it or not, civil and political aspects of human rights, as I've described, are well ingrained in our public psyche. However, what I'm going to talk about a lot today, at least as important, is economic rights. We know that the right to assembly, speech, and choice in general, it's limited for an individual who lacks the basic needs of a job, the basic needs of adequate income, shelter, food, or health care. Policy deliberations on ending poverty and reducing inequality, it should be anchored in the idea of inclusive economic rights as the basis of a moral economy. We need a deeper understanding of how devaluing individuals based on social identities like race, gender, sexual orientation, how they relate to political notions of who deserves and who does not deserve. This is essential if we're going to expand knowledge beyond that conceptual individual transactions of understanding race into larger workings of political economy and structures that affect us all. So we had a last Great Recession not too long ago, 2007. What did we have? We had a jobless recovery, inequality grew, housing insecurity manifests, evictions grew, home ownership became less accessible. And if there are millennials out in the audience, we know we saddled them with debt while telling them to wait out the Great Recession and go to college and accumulate that student debt. And then what's more, we became, as a result of that inequality, politically vulnerable to a despotic strongman who was able to gain national office through divisive appeal. The way we manage poverty today, we do just that. We manage poverty. We treat poor people as if they're a surplus population. We engage in income maintenance programs rather than income mobility. We socially isolate them. We conscript them to our military. We incarcerate them en masse, and then we implement policies aimed at controlling their reproduction, their fertility, and their family formation. And we do this with race, along with government social programs being used as scapegoats to fuel this neoliberal agenda. Poverty and inequality are attributed to internal deficiencies to the poor and black themselves. Stigmatization based on race and anti-blackness, they're strategically used. They're strategically used as political fodder to implement harsh and punitive control on the underclass. Blacks have become the symbolism of undeserving welfare queens, deadbeat dads, and super predators. That is how we define that surplus population. They're characterized as persistently unemployed, unemployable, a source of urban crime and malice, and whose subsistence needs we deem a drain on our fiscal budgets. In this system of both labor exploitation and political and economic consolidation, freedom and choice, those are words that are weaponized. They're weaponized as rhetorical devices intended to appeal to one's desire to not be a victim. We end up with state, local, and federal interventions, as well as public and private partnerships that attempt to leverage private and charitable resources to manage and incentivize so-called defective people to get an education and become more employable. The problem is that these presumptions, they pay little attention to the roles of power, they pay a little attention to initial endowment capital and how power and capital can be used to alter rules and structures and markets in order to privilege that power and capital in the first place. It's important to note that markets themselves are political constructions. A farmer's market, you need a permit to sell your wares. A faith that markets are natural, transparent, efficient, and inevitable, it ignores the political actions that form, codify, and shape and maintain markets in the first place. My brethren, economists, we should do a better job of understanding the roles of power and capital in our political economy, and we should be more focused on understanding and advocating for structures that truly lead to more equitable and fair distributions. We're not atomistic agents floating in unfettered markets guided by our free will into free, fair, efficient allocation. What we are working against is a neoliberal framing that has naturalized poverty, that has naturalized inequality. It has castigated it as unproductive, deficient behavior. That is, subpar outcomes are seen as resulting from personal choice, personal choices of individuals and communities. An inclusive economic rights frame turns all of this on its head. It locates poverty and inequality as resulting from the absence of government-provided guaranteed resources. That is, poverty and inequality are results of policy choices, not deficient behavior. Policy choices that deny people the resources they need to live meaningful lives. The frame calls for government to end poverty directly by placing resources in the hands of people as a right. Choice is limited for individuals who lack basic resources such as employment, income, shelter, food, health care. In essence, rather than benefiting from the market, they are at the whim of the market. Authentic economic freedom and agency is rooted in resources, political, social, psychological, and especially material resources. And power and capital are self-reinforcing, and without government intervention, they will do what they do best. They will consolidate, they will iterate, they will benefit some and exclude others. There is a baseline set of enabling goods and services that are so critical for individuals to be self-determining that without them, individuals have limited capacity to reap economic returns to any of their efforts or any of their ingenuity. Government needs to directly compete with and crowd out inferior private options that do not ensure universal and quality health care, housing, schooling, financial services, capital, and the free mobility throughout society without the psychological and physical threat of detention or bodily harm at the hands of a state-sanctioned terror because someone's identity is linked to a vulnerable or stigmatized group. Public intervention is needed to guarantee inclusive economic rights in order to counterbalance accrued economic and racialized private power in which, in isolation, economic markets are incapable of redressing. We need a profound change towards a more sustainable and moral economy where government facilitates the income, assets, and economic security, human dignity, and social mobility for all its people, regardless of their race, class, sexual identity, or immigrant status. We need economic policy that centers people both domestically and abroad, as well as our environment. We need to learn from the failures of our past. The worker-centered physical and human infrastructure package that I'm talking about, it needs to be permanent, and it should be, by design and implementation, intentionally inclusive. In other words, anti-racist and anti-sexist. Such an approach would trend us towards dismantling the material consequences and social stigma associated with identity groupings like race and sex. What I'm talking about is not new, nor is it radical. The concept of economic rights has been around. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, in his 1944 State of the Union address, he called for an economic Bill of Rights. He called for, quote, physical security, economic security, social security, and moral security. Roosevelt knew that necessitous men and women, they were not free men and women. Roosevelt knew that full citizenship demanded more than political rights. It required economic rights. And in the wake of World War II and the dismantling of the fascist Nazi regime, the United Nations General Assembly issued the landmark Universal Declaration of Human Rights, including economic rights, in 1948. That body identified 5 categories of human rights: civil rights, political rights, social rights, cultural rights, and the one that's neglected today, economic rights. Human rights are described to be universal and related to the maintenance of human dignity. And they place the obligation to guarantee these human rights on government. Articles 23 and 25 speak to aspects of economic rights. So let me read Article 23 and 25. 23, everyone has a right to work, to free choice of employment, to just and favorable conditions of work, and the protections against unemployment. Article 25, everyone has a right to a standard of living adequate for health and well-being of himself and his family, including food, clothing, housing, medical care, and necessary social services, and the right to security in the event of unemployment, sickness, disability, widowhood, old age, or other lack of livelihood in circumstances beyond one's control. That concept of economic rights has deep roots in our civil rights history as well. The Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and his push for guaranteed jobs and guaranteed income in his final years, and Coretta Scott King has long led grassroots movements championing these subsequently. Reverend Dr. King, during his tenure as the leader of the Poor People's Campaign, he called for economic rights to a meaningful job at a living wage, secure and adequate income for all, access to land, access to capital, and to be able to play a meaningful role in government, basically civic engagement. In his own words, he said, "I am now convinced that the simplest approach will prove to be the most effective. The solution to poverty is to abolish it directly by now and a widely discussed measure, guaranteed income. At the federal level, we could use our most powerful fiscal tool, which is the U.S. tax code, to guarantee income and promote economic security for all our families. For instance, we could eliminate the work requirement on earned income tax credit and dramatically extend the negative income tax feature of that earned income tax credit to guarantee income in a way that eliminates poverty and lifts more families to the middle class. But you know what? State and localities, they need not have to wait, which is why I applaud your mayor and I applaud the city of San Francisco for going ahead with guaranteed income. The paper that I wrote with some colleagues, it describes that economic rights framework used by the EITC, where we eliminate the work requirement and expand it to the middle class, that's something that's not limited to the federal tax code, but can be adopted elsewhere as well. Now, I want to point out that I'm not a fan of UBI. I'm not proposing universal basic income. I'm all for guaranteed income, but universal basic income is inflationary. To literally give everybody the same amount of income throughout the economy dilutes the spending power for those that need it the most. It's also inequality enhancing. By definition, if I'm poor, I'm a subsistence population. If I'm wealthy and you give me additional income, you're subsidizing my assets, thereby potentially increasing wealth disparity. It's also oftentimes, not by everyone, but framed in that neoliberal market-based solution as opposed to an economic rights framing when described. Let me say, almost in conclusion, our current economic system is founded upon values of self-interested accumulation without bounds. That leaves us vulnerable to greed and exploitation. But our economy should be grounded in different values. Values of economic inclusion, civic engagement, social equity, sustainability, and shared prosperity. Growth has become our explicit expression of our national economic well-being. In isolation, that metric fails to adequately capture multiple dimensions of prosperity, including human capabilities, morality, humanity, sustainability, and civic engagement. There's no accounting of distribution with economic growth in isolation. Growth is hailed as benefiting the masses through some trickle-down mechanisms, but in reality, an increasingly small group of elite and extremely powerful individuals who are overwhelmingly white have reaped the lion's share of these rewards. Economic agency is rooted in resources. In essence, without resources, individuals are not capable of benefiting from economic markets and instead are at the whim or charity of other agents in the market who have resources. We can change this paradigm. We can be bold. We can initiate programs that truly empower people with the economic resources, with economic security, with dignity and agency to define and achieve their goals. I think we need to commit to justice as a matter of faith because it's the right thing to do. We need to reject the empirically unsubstantiated rhetoric that ignorance, so-called grit, and personal responsibility are the sources of inequality. They are not. The timeliness of whether we can achieve this or not should not constrain us. We should be undeterred by what people think is possible or not possible in the here and now, and commit to our shared prosperity. So finally, we should heed the words of Dr. King. The solution to poverty is to abolish it directly by a now and widely discussed measure, guaranteed income. Thank you.
So we're going to take some questions from folks in a second, but I wanted to, you ended on a quote from Dr. King, and a lot of times we hear people talk now about the ideas and strategies that he was pushing toward the end of his life were actually pushing him out of the limelight, and people weren't really happy with him, right? And here we are, decades later, still trying to push some of those agendas. And would you say more, you mentioned it earlier, and someone else had mentioned it as well, more about like the Poor People's Campaign and the notion of that and how that connects with some of what you're doing and talking about now?
Yeah, I mean, in earnest, I think once we achieve the vision set out by Dr. King and others, I think it's game over, right? So one other thing that I didn't talk about a lot in the talk, but understanding our political economy, I think it becomes useful to understand that economics, politics, and race or any other identity stratification, if we're not in the United States, we can go to another country, but basically colonialism, they're all intricately linked in a way that serves to accumulate political and economic capital at the top. In other words, it is the ability, as we become more vertically unequal, racism becomes more valuable. In other words, if people become more vertically unequal, inequality grows, then you can appeal to a dominant political class's horizontal positioning. You can say, however poor you may be, at least you're not black. Mm-hmm. You know, W.E.B. Du Bois talked about this, so these are the psychological benefits of whiteness. In other words, that immoral lure to relative status becomes more entrenched when we have growing inequality. So if King is able, or anybody, to fulfill this inclusive economic rights agenda, that lure from a despotic leader that's able to divide us up, it has less potency. In other words, it can neuter white supremacy. That we ultimately need some policies that ensure that everybody has adequacy. Without it, we can always be susceptible to relative positioning, relative status.
Well, it reminds me, you also said, talking about the Declaration of Human Rights, economic security, right? So that we're guaranteeing, right, that everybody is secure economically and that we're not able to pit folks against each other because of the less than.
Yeah, and I don't want to oversell it. This doesn't make racism go away. But one thing I know is that if we don't have a program like this, we are definitely susceptible to, frankly, fascism, right? That is when fascism comes entrenched. So that economic security, not only does it lead to a more moral society, there's also that reality, again, that you can't talk about freedom, you can't talk about choice if you enter any transaction without resources. You basically are at the whim of charity, or you're vulnerable to somebody handing you something. I mean, everybody in the audience knows that if they go into a job negotiation and they have another job in hand that they also care about, then they're better positioned to bargain for better wages, right?
Yeah. Well, last one, and then I'll go to the audience, was we had a question online where someone said, you know, how do we move from the minimum of saying everybody gets $500 to more of what the need is, which I think aligns with some of what you're saying around basic income versus guaranteed income, meeting the needs of folks versus just checking the box of we're giving money out.
Yeah, and you know, I'll say one other point that's related to that is guaranteed income isn't enough. Guaranteed income might be a pillar, but economic rights includes a right to health care, a right to shelter, a right to capital. right? I talk a lot about baby bonds. We need to understand that we need a package of good. There is no silver bullet. So that's one point. The other point is we certainly have an inadequate definition of poverty today. When we use the measure of poverty, it hasn't been updated. It should be updated. I think in the previous panel, you heard some things about, well, we don't need to just do basic needs. People should have the ability to go see a movie, the ability to go purchase entertainment. So, again, regardless of where you stand on the ideological spectrum, whether you're a capitalist, socialist, and I'm sure there's leanings in the audience based on where they may stand on that political ideological spectrum. What is true is that anybody engaging in transaction with no resources is simply vulnerable. So even if you're an authentic capitalist, you would argue that people should be properly resourced when they engage in transactions.
Thank you. Any questions in the audience? Are you just stretching? No? Oh, well, everyone wants right here. Do you want to? So I need to repeat the question for the, so what if UBI becomes futile in the future?
Yeah. So for clarity, I am not a fan of UBI for all the reasons I mentioned. In fact, that neoliberal framing of UBI is often problematic. When you hear people say that the solution to our collective problems are to simply give everybody an adequate income, that's an incorrect framing in my view. I think that, again, the right framing is economic rights in general, knowing that there is no silver bullet policy. A recognition that what are the set of enabling goods and services that without them you have no agency. And again, that's not difficult to come up with in my view. Education, good health, shelter, income, capital. Capital and income aren't the same. We need, again, a package of goods. And, income, to me, is indeed one of them. Income, ensuring, as King said, that we just don't have the blight of poverty. How did Social Security evolve? Social Security, prior to that, we had a lot of destitute seniors that didn't have adequate security in their elder age. That was a blight on society. It was a blight that we didn't tolerate. We came up with a mechanism to ensure that there would be something reserved for you when you age into the twilight of your life. So, I'll say one last thing about that. One is, there's a direct impact of simply eliminating poverty. One, poverty is bad. Why should we tolerate, some of the framing around the child tax credit is it will cut child poverty in half. To me, that's an inadequate framing. Why should we tolerate any child poverty? Hell, why should we tolerate poverty at all? Why should a black man be poor, right? They're often marginalized as, our framing of work, whatever. Nobody should be poor in our society. We can make a decision to eliminate poverty if we chose. Now, the other aspect of the direct effect of simply removing that immoral blight is you empower people so that they can build into our economy, right? By giving people resources, and a lot of those demonstrations, they may have talked about this earlier today, some of the demonstrations that took place in Stockton and elsewhere. When people received cash, it didn't reduce the amount of work that they engaged in. It actually empowered them to work more. By giving people resources, they can reap the benefits of their ingenuity. They can reap the benefits of their hard work. And that's kind of the point.
So would you say, though, to piggyback on that, the distinction between guaranteed income and universal basic income is universal basic says everybody gets this, and guaranteed is more intentional around who's getting what and guaranteeing they get additional supplemental funds?
I mean, that's exactly right. To me, the UBI framing is problematic in a technical way, and it's also problematic in its narrative framing. That narrative framing of, again, the solution to our problems are simply to give everyone cash. That's not the panacea. There is a plethora of resources that people need to thrive. Cash is one, but not all. And then the second point is the technical point that you dilute the benefits of those that need it the most, and you actually could generate even greater inequality by subsidizing the assets of those that are wealthy, while poor people, who by definition are a subsistence population, aren't able to generate wealth with their guaranteed income.
And it speaks to earlier, Mayor Breed was saying, if you don't need it, don't take it, right? And that, but you know, that's how you get rich, by taking money when you don't need it, right? You stay rich. Yeah. But, you know, I think that is the challenge in some way for this conversation, because I think I know I have, at one point, guaranteed income and universal basic income were all one and the same, and so you're promoting for something that may or may not be the best strategy.
Yeah. And you know, real quick, there's a lot of well-intended people, but I think that detail about the technical impact as well as the narrative should be brought up.
Thank you. I know there was yes. Artificial intelligence, AI? So the question is there a connection between guaranteed income and like the newfound interest in it, even though Thomas Paine and other folks talked about it years ago? Is there a connection between guaranteed income and artificial intelligence? Because there's been all this back and forth about, like, as more things become automated, do we need to find another way to make sure everybody doesn't, you know, become poor?
Yeah, and I wouldn't characterize what Thomas Paine advocated as universal basic income. He talked about a birthright to a set aside of resources that a child could reach when they become an adult. He also talked about a set aside resource for people when they aged into their elderly years. To me, those are targeted. Those aren't universal basic income. The child tax credit, to me, is not universal basic income. That is a targeted guaranteed income type policy. So I guess I would offer that insight from my perspective. And then the other issue with regards to artificial intelligence, to me, that's, again, a problematic framing that's associated with UBI. Robots, so technology is going to happen. It's happened in the past. We have had large transformations of our economy where work has changed but not fundamentally disappeared. I think employment is a key aspect of human endeavor. We don't have to have a society where work goes away. We can have a society where work conditions are better, where people have decent wages, where people engage in work with dignity in a productive outcome. But artificial intelligence replacing us in work, to me, is an exaggeration. I think that, I also advocate for a federal job guarantee. There's plenty of work that needs to be done in our economy. We're faced with floods on a periodic basis. If we look at care work in our economy, we inadequately support care in our economy. And that is something that everybody's going to face at some point in their life. They're going to need care. Probably people in this audience right now, if not receiving care, might be given care. And we inadequately fund it, we inadequately employ it in our country. So I guess I would I would say that we have exaggerated the concerns that artificial intelligence will do away with work. It's something we should be concerned about, and I think there's a role for government to ensure that there's adequate work, because there's clearly a whole lot of things that are productive that artificial intelligence is not doing that's still needed.
And if I could just, as you were talking, it made me think about how many of us during the pandemic realized how important it is to have like connection to humans, right? Like the being online and the learning and all those different things. Like, you know, I have to say, once we started thinking about like going back in, I had a little bit of anxiety. I was like, oh my gosh, we're gonna be back around people. But there is something about being in space. And so I think that as we talk about automation, when we talk about taking care of babies and children and elder and folks who are, like, they need to have, I think, in order that human touch. And so I think that that is something that hopefully we never fully automate, the taking care of our people in that way.
I mean, I got on a plane today. I hadn't been on a long flight in a long time. I missed it. So I'm with you. We need that human contact.
You get a lot of email done when you're on the... I think there was another... So repeating the question, what would be the 3 best strategies to move things forward in that regard, kind of in the context of what we've been talking about?
You know, momentum's building. The child tax credit, we should note, occurred in the 25th year of welfare reform. My good friend Dorian Warren points that out, that this is the 25th anniversary of welfare reform. And I'm old enough to remember the punitive language about poverty during welfare reform, that poor people, you know, were this, that, and the other, and we need to discipline them. We need to put all these conditions on them. What we have now is pretty transformative in that context, where we right now are debating in Congress a refundable child tax credit that says that by recognizing that children are expensive and have lots of needs, that our government will recognize that and send out $300 a month based on you having a child. So I don't have a direct answer for your question. I can tell you this, that despair only fulfills and satisfies the status quo. That we definitely need to, again, commit to justice as a matter of faith, because it's simply the right thing to do. I'm rambling because I don't have a specific answer, but I can say that we are at a juxtaposition in society. Neoliberalism is on the ropes. The emergence of the near takeover of the Capitol building on January 6th contrasted with a summer of pandemic where people were clamoring that Black Lives Matter across the nation, indicates that there's political turmoil in our country. And that's reactionary to a system in which we've had this despair and inequality for so long. So there's no guarantee that justice will emerge, but I think there's a pathway. So through social movements, through activism, and being steadfast and committed to these values, I think that there is a pathway for us to achieve what we may desire as a moral, just economy.
So can I push a little more on that and maybe say, well, who are you maybe working with, or what's a policy that's about to be put forward? And, you know, are you still doing things with Bernie Sanders and Cory Booker? Like, is there something that we should be looking for?
The presidential race is over. No, I'm joking. No, I'm joking. You know, in addition to guaranteed income, baby bonds is flourishing. You see D.C. City Council passed a version of baby bonds. And people don't know what baby bonds are. It's basically a child trust account set up at birth for when the child becomes a young adult. They'll be able to access some resources so as to purchase an asset that can passively appreciate over their life, basically trying to address wealth inequality. You know, what's the difference between a homeowner and a renter? A down payment. What's the difference between a worker who has ingenuity and an entrepreneur? Capital. we can keep going. So I'd say that there's a lot of local momentum. San Francisco is interested in guaranteed income, right? So there's momentum on local and national levels and appetite for these transformative economic rights type program. So that's my optimism. Yeah.
So keep researching and look and see what's out there and what we can replicate. There was a hand there. Yeah. Let me just repeat the question. So wealth building strategies that are maybe not the typical traditional path. And so I'm just repeating because they're telling me in the back to repeat. So.
Ultimately, there is no collective action beyond political agitation that can redress wealth inequality without government. It has not existed to my knowledge, in society where a class of people has been able to generate wealth en masse without some government intervention. The white asset-based middle class in this country didn't always exist. It was New Deal policy. It was things like Homestead Acts. It was literally transfers from government that provided a capital foundation so that they could amass and generate wealth. So ultimately, I think collectively, we need to agitate government to ensure that people have some capital endowment to build wealth. But I'm also hearing from your question, and I hope I'm not misinterpreting. There's the notion of individual assets and collective assets as well. And you're shaking your head, so yeah, I think I'm getting it right. To me, the key ingredient is assets, right? So, if I talk about ensuring that everybody has a public education without debt, we might characterize that as a public asset. If I talk about a baby bonds that ensures that everybody can finance at an individual level a debt-free education, that's an individual asset. So I'm not wedded to either one. I think the key ingredient, though, is ensuring, again, that people have assets, that there's some resource in perpetuity that people can access in order to empower them. That's the key ingredient. But as to whether it's individual or collective, I think those debates are useful, productive, but the necessary thing is the asset itself.
So in that regard, when you talk about the baby bond, is that something that goes to every child born, regardless of the wealth status of the parent caregiver?
An effective baby bonds program would make it gradational, would make it progressive. So if you're born into the most wealth-poor family, you would receive the largest endowment at birth or accumulate the largest asset over your childhood. And then if you're in the most wealthy family, maybe just like Social Security, there's something about all of us being in it together with regards to making a policy less politically vulnerable, then you could still have a nominal account for somebody who's wealthy so that they can be part of it. But it needs to be gradational.
Ms. Felicia, and then we'll go back to Jupiter. So Ms. Felicia here, and then back to Jupiter. So the question, and and I know I feel bad because I ask this question every time I see you too, the difference between guaranteed income and universal basic income. And I will say one of the things that I've asked, I literally begged Derek to come out and to talk and to share his expertise. I think one of the challenges that we have here in San Francisco, and you can see in the program book, like we have a listing of a lot of different strategies that we are employing, right, and that we're trying to utilize and that we're trying to develop to address economic insecurity or, the gaps that we see. And what I've asked Derek to really help us think about as we move forward is, what are the distinctions? Right? Which one of these is universal basic? Which one of these is guaranteed? And which one of these is like neither one? Right? And as we move through this, to have a little bit more clarity, to have this understanding. And I think there are some that are not guaranteed income. Some of those are where we're giving a stipend for something that somebody does or participates in. That is, maybe it's more along the lines of a jobs guarantee. Like, I think those are the things that we've got to get into the weeds on. But right now, this distinction of money with no strings attached for an intended, very targeted population of folks, that is going to help them begin to, and again, this idea of whether we're actually addressing wealth or just income gaps, right? That it may help an income gap and not a wealth gap. So, I mean, that's my initial take, is that we're not clear ourselves and that we need to do a little bit more, which is part of why we wanted to host this conversation to start to get into the weeds.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. I mean, universal basic income, definitionally, is everybody gets the same amount in a universal way. Which you described, once you introduce the word target, then it's no longer universal basic income. It's a targeted population as opposed to everybody getting the same amount. The other point is that this is hard for us to accept, and I know localities have budget constraints in ways that the federal government doesn't. And we could say a lot about how the federal government is capable of financing an economic rights framework. I'm happy to talk more about that. But on a local level, sometimes choices have to be made, and there are various aspects of economic inclusion and security that matter but aren't the same. So people need income and they need wealth. People need housing and they need income. People need housing and they need health care. So all of these fit into enabling goods and services that empower people. But there won't be one single policy that's going to redress all of San Francisco's problems.
Right. Go here.
Yeah, I appreciate that question. The inclusivity of UBI, I don't object to, and I like that. I like politically policies that have some notion of we're all in it together. In fact, the tax code itself needs to be rethought as a way that it promotes the government fiduciary obligations of economic inclusion, social equity, and then here's the other part, civic engagement. Right now, when we offer a tax deduction and not a refundable tax credit, that's not civic engagement. When we make moral choices of taxing capital different than we tax wages, and it may be for various reasons, that's a moral choice. So when I think of guaranteed income through the tax code, it's doing just that, but I think in a more efficient way than what the people have in mind with UBI of using the back end of the tax code to redress inequality. In other words, the tax policy that I'm proposing is reformed earned income tax credit. Reform it in a way that eliminates the work requirement. That's a political, arbitrary notion that you have to work to get it. We could, one, say everybody gets earned income tax credit, change the name, call it guaranteed income, and then not only that, not just make it anti-poverty, you can make the phase out indexed to median income of our nation, so that at least half Americans will receive some form of a tax credit simply because they're below the median income. Those are political choices that we can do that I think would be more effective, also aligned with political inclusion, because it's the tax code and everybody partakes in it. But a more efficient and better way for the various reasons I mentioned than trying to tax on the back end in order to redress inequality associated with UBI on the front end.
Thank you. Jupiter.
So I'm in favor of public banking. Again, economic rights would ensure that in the 21st century, in this day and age, everybody has access to an account and without fines and fees associated with it. Right now, we have basically a lot of indentured borrowing. We end up putting people in a debt situation where those that have the least have the worst conditions to finance that debt and end up applying more and more shares of their income just to pay a creditor to make ends meet. Is it going to redress the wealth gap? No. Is it going to ultimately redress wealth inequality en masse? No. And the reason why is because the main source of the racial wealth gap is capital itself. So if you do an accounting of asset differences between blacks and whites versus debt differences between black and whites, the vast majority is in assets. Now, that's not to say that debt doesn't impact black people worse than it does white people. Indeed, it does, especially those that go to college. We know that for recent college graduates that are black, 4 years after graduation, they owe about $50,000 in student debt. That contrasts with about $30,000 for a recent white graduate, which is still intolerably too high. So, again, in this framework of we're not going to be able to solve all our problems with one solution, canceling student debt is the right policy to do. Offering young people a college education without the albatross of debt is the right thing to do. But it won't be enough to address the racial wealth inequality we have, which is really grounded in capital. Yeah, that's a deep question that I will try to answer, but it's going to be inadequate. I'll tell you that right now. I won't be able to answer all of it, but I think I can offer some insights. I'll say, first off, we have a society that has a rhetoric that through hard work, through education, through the dint of your efforts, you can overcome and you can achieve social mobility. And we often point to anecdotes of success and say, look at what that person did. Why don't you do it? What we don't point to is the counterfactual. All the individuals that did work hard, that did struggle, and did not make it. So that's a problematic narrative. And you know what else? It also very well might be detrimental to your health. You know, I'll cite some statistics. We know that the mortality difference between black and white people between the ages of 25 and 65 is such that black people have about a 50% greater mortality rate. That's problematic. But what's more disheartening is if we look only at those that are college educated, that disparity rises to 70%. So it's not as if a college degree makes a black person worse off, but it sure doesn't redress the social, in totality, the socially established barriers that we see. And in fact, it could very well be the case when we tell people, work twice as hard to get by. What we don't ask them is at what cost? Is there some detriment to being above human? Is there some detriment to being above average, of always trying to push through your barriers to overcome your obstacles? It very well might manifest in bad health. And that's a reprehensible society in my view. So I think we need a society that empowers people, that gives them the necessary tools to actually reap the benefits in an authentic way from their efforts and their ingenuity. I guess I'll point to some other things, baby bonds. By the way, in a counterintuitive way, baby bonds are intended to divorce children from their families. It's intended to say, you get a nest egg that when you become an adult, independent of the family you're born into, this is reserved for you. We don't talk a lot about it, but I think it redresses patriarchy to some extent as well. To the extent that families might offer a different endowment to one offspring based on their gender, this says that regardless of your gender, the state's going to set aside this amount of resources for you based on your family position when you become an adult. So there's that to baby bonds. Last thing I want to say is there's a great book by my colleague and friend Diane Stewart, and the shame is I can't remember the title, but it's written by Diane Stewart, that talks about black love. Talks about black love as an outcome. The book talks about how our society and the ways in which black people are under-resourced has a negative impact on something as humanistic as the capacity of people to love. And that's also part of the point, that properly resourced individuals will manifest in many ways, including self-determination around being able to be in a healthy relationship, whether it's with another man or woman or two men or two women. Simply having properly resourced adults benefit relationships. We think about causality and talk about education and its impact on economic outcomes. Maybe it's economic outcomes that impact one's ability to get a college degree, which in and of itself is important. Forget about the functional role. To be able to have a society where people can process information is a valuable society. Similarly, we talk about household structure leading to economic outcomes. Maybe it's economic resources that lead to household structure, right? Maybe it's having properly resourced people that leads to the ability to love in and of itself in a healthy, adequate way.
Yeah, I think that's what some of the learning was, and that's what Mayor Tubbs talked about earlier, this ability in Stockton, where folks now had the money to say, oh, I'm going to go to the movies. And something just that we maybe take for granted, but being able to actually say, what movie do you want to see? And have a conversation in your household where you maybe wouldn't have had one before, and that you're building those relationships that we take so much for granted. And then when you were talking, there's a study that was done that looked at, first generation young people going to college, right? And the impact on their mental health and physical well-being, and that they actually their blood pressure was up, and that they were stressed out because the pressure of having to be the first one in your family to go to college actually put more on them physically, right? So these other things that we're adding to and asking folks to do, or even to be in space to represent a body, not just your family, but a whole demographic of people, and that weight of whether you succeed or not defines whether the folks you come from succeed. And so as we have these conversations, as we move this work, first and foremost, I just want to ask everyone to give another round to Dr. Hamilton. And then I would just ask you, as you have been listening and kind of engaging, what do you encourage, or what's the final, as we get ready to move forward and try and figure out as a San Francisco Bay Area, what do you recommend or suggest for us as we continue on this journey?
Courage. I mean, courage, not despair. And then the final word is, if there's ever a commitment to something where you don't need evidence, justice. Again, because it's the right thing to do. That's it. Yeah.
Give it up for Dr. Hamilton. And I would not be me if I didn't end with, because as you were talking about that and courage and not despair, I always go to Langston Hughes. He's like my favorite, but there's two poems that I think about. One is Dreams, right, where it says, hold fast to dreams, for if dreams die, life is a broken winged bird that cannot fly. But that ultimately it is what happens to a dream deferred, and I think that ultimately we are trying to not lose that, because dreams deferred become explosions, they become, the stinking like rotten meat, like it goes through all these different scenarios, and that we just have to stay hopeful and not wallow in despair. So thank you for keeping hope alive, in the words of Jesse Jackson, but then thank you all for being with us today and participating in the program.
I like it. End on poetry.